Oh, we got to get started. It's a big day, folks. It's a big day. Sorry, I didn't realize the stuff happens when I'm not streaming. Clause applies to me ending stream 30 minutes early. My apologies. Just one of those. Just one of those kinds of days. Have to stay online all the time. All is forgiven. You really shouldn't. You really shouldn't. Can you talk about Goma's takeoff by Rwandan-backed rebels? Can we... How about we order things, okay? Just a little bit. We got a lot going on, okay? I'm not saying that's not important. I'm just saying let's, one step at a time, okay? Oh, fuck me. I can't keep... live streaming is detrimental to your health. You know why? Because you got to keep turning like this to look at chat. I got to find a solution to that. Maybe if I just... Eh. What's been your latest Peloton record? You want to know? 173 kilojoules for a 20-minute ride. Average watts, 148. Hit that shit at like 11:40 p.m. last night. Surely you meant Medicare, not Medicaid, right? Surely the coverage I just got isn't getting deleted. Dunstan Gyro, I've got really bad news for you. Really bad news. Oh, boy. They just passed a release that maybe it won't be. It's already happened, man. It's already happened. Okay, so you should fix the title. It's Medicaid, not Medicare. Already did. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, okay, right now the Trump administration is as leaky as a sieve. It is Swiss cheese. There are leaks out of the White House every 5 seconds. Ken Klippenstein was posting on Twitter about how every time anything happens, like 50 people run over to him and give him info. Nafreeze is 2 p.m. EST. It is 2 p.m. EST. It's 3 p.m. EST, nuts. Got to keep the time zones in your head. Anyway, we got a leaked memo last night. Basically, it is a freeze on all government loans and assistance. I seem to not have the correct window selected in OBS. Classic mistake. 1 second. Good thing, too, or it would have captured which specific Northern Lion video I was watching before I started the stream. Wouldn't want that. A freeze on all loans, assistance, and spending, like all of it, except for Social Security, Medicare, and direct payments to individuals. So stuff that goes through state programs, or stuff that goes to NGOs, or, for example, Medicaid, have been frozen. Does this include FAFSA? My understanding is yes. This does include FAFSA. You got to understand, this was a leaked memo. This has already been applied. Snap. This is insane, and to my knowledge, against the law. It's a constitutional crisis. Like this is beyond the purview of the presidency. This is like an executive. Like it is up to the presidency to determine like the nitty gritty of how the budget that is approved by Congress is spent. But there are limits to that. This is absolutely insane. Listen to this. This was leaked. Remember? The American people elected Donald J. Trump to be president of the United States and gave him a mandate to increase the impact of every federal taxpayer dollar. In fiscal year 2024, of the nearly $10 trillion the federal government spent, more than $3 trillion was federal finance assistance such as grants and loans. Career and political appointees in the executive branch have a duty to align federal spending and action with the will of the American people as expressed through presidential priorities. Financial assistance should be dedicated to advancing administrative priorities, focusing taxpayer dollars to advance a stronger and safer America, eliminating the financial burden of inflation for citizens, unleashing American energy, they love that phrase, and manufacturing, ending wokeness and the weaponization of government, promoting efficiency in government, and making America healthy again. The use of federal resources to advance Marxist equity, transgenderism, and Green New Deal social engineering policies is a waste of taxpayer dollars that does not improve the day-to-day lives of those we serve. This memorandum requires federal agencies to identify and review all federal financial assistance programs, and then you've got the subnotes here, and supporting activities consistent with the president's policies and requirements. For example, during the initial days of his administration, President Donald J. Trump issued a series of executive orders to protect the American people and safeguard valuable taxpayer resources. They then go on to list a bunch of fascist executive orders. Ay, ay, ay. Look, the gist of it is that they are pausing all of this spending and fuddling around with stuff in the back end, which is, I need you all to understand this, okay? Absolutely insane. There is a difference between a careful and calculated review of government spending by the executive branch in order to determine how to best allocate resources afforded to them by Congress, and just flat out stomping on Medicaid might be excluded. Medicaid is excluded. You don't understand how bad this is. From Maxwell Frost, just confirmed the Trump administration shut down the Medicaid portal for Florida. There are over 3.8 million Floridians on Medicaid. Every Medicaid portal in every state, tens of millions of people can't access Medicaid. It's medical care. This is unprecedented in American history. It's a complete constitutional crisis. In a sane country, this would lead to the immediate impeachment of the presidency. I know the Democrats don't have the votes for it, but this is like 5-alarm fire shit. Obviously, they're not going to do that. Trump administration denies it's pausing all federal grants after sweeping memo to government agency. Oh, I'm sure, of course. They're not pausing all grants, you know. There are some specific clauses, you know. Look, shutting down the Medicaid portals, I swear to God, if the Democrats don't pin this on the Republicans, if the Republicans just go, oh, it was like illegal aliens chewing on wires in the back room or something, I swear to God, man. It's still January. It's still January. This would speed along boomers. Boomers aren't on Medicaid. Boomers are on Medicare. Though there are some provisions where Medicaid influences Medicare spending if you're poor, I think. I wouldn't know. I haven't been old before. I'll get there. Medicare savings programs. Yeah, it's a big bloated bureaucracy. It's very complicated. What's Medicaid? Medicaid is government assistance to poor people for medical expenses. Medicare is for elderly people. They often overlap. The Dems are having a meeting tomorrow. The Dems should be having a meeting right now. What do you mean tomorrow? It's 3 p.m. over there. I'm sorry. Did you guys all take an early dinner? What the fuck do you mean tomorrow? You all work in the same building. They needed a nap. Yeah, given the average age of a Democratic legislator, I suppose. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. It's really bad. It's really, really, really really bad. Genuinely though, the one of the biggest worries for me is that this decision is so unpopular that it makes me worry they don't feel like they have to worry about winning elections in the future. You know what I mean? Like, this is one of those things that is so insane and so incompetent and so, deliberately obstructive to no end. Like, there's no political win here, okay? Tens of millions of Trump voters are on Medicaid. Trump did say they'd never have to vote again. That's true. Levitt declined to answer questions directly about whether or not Medicaid funding would be affected by the order. Oh, I bet. Let me, can I get that video of the White House press briefing from this morning?
That he was going to lower prices, lower the cost of everything from groceries, as he also
The first press briefing.
Story to tell about the legendary American revival that is well underway.
So this is hella illegal, but there's nothing Dems can / will do. But they should be screaming from the rooftop. They should be screaming deafeningly. They should be deafening everyone, every Democrat on every level. It's unbelievable. AOC had a good tweet. I'm not talking tweets. I'm talking you're in the Capitol building going up to Republican legislators asking them why they think it's okay to take Medicaid away from tens of millions of hardworking low-income Americans. I'm talking about getting every friend they have with a camera. Like they're very powerful people.
And in keeping with this advice, Boston will be called the new media seat. To what those may be, and when I have an update, I will share it with you, Mike.
Carolyn, you say restore U.S. dominance. Is there a fear that the U.S. either is fallen or has fallen?
Encourage anybody 100 days. So President Trump, I think you can all expect for him to continue to work at this breakneck speed. So I hope you're all ready to work very hard.
Where do they talk about it?
We are. Zeke Miller.
Thanks, Caroline. A question that we've asked your predecessors of both parties in this job. When you're up here in this briefing room speaking to the American public, do you view yourself and your role as...
President Trump is looking out for you.
Transcript? Yeah, let me look at the transcript and look up Medicaid. All right, they moved where the transcript button is for some reason. Show transcript. Let's see. Here we go.
To homeless veterans, Medicaid providers, states saying they're having trouble accessing the portal. Could you help us clear up some of the confusion,
Yes.
give some certainty to folks? And also, is that uncertainty, how does that uncertainty service the president's voters?
Well, I think there's only uncertainty in this room amongst the media. There's no uncertainty in this building. So let me provide the certainty and the clarity that all of you need. This is not a blanket pause on federal assistance and grant programs from the Trump administration. Individual assistance, that includes, I'm not naming everything that's included, but just to give you a few examples, Social Security benefits, Medicare benefits, food stamps,
what about
welfare
Medicaid?
benefits,
Medicaid?
assistance that is going directly to individuals will not be impacted.
He mentioned Medicaid. Well, I noticed that he mentioned Medicaid, but you didn't mention Medicaid when you listed the stuff that's not impacted
By this pause. And I want to make that very clear to any Americans who are watching at home who may be a little bit confused about some of the media reporting. This administration, if you are receiving individual assistance from the federal government, you will still continue to receive that. However, it is the responsibility of this president and this administration to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars. That is something that President Trump campaigned on. That's why he has launched DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, who is working alongside OMB.
It's going to be a long 4 years.
And that's why OMB sent out this memo last night, because the president signed an executive order directing OMB to do just this. And the reason for this is to ensure that every penny that is going out the door is not conflicting with the executive orders and actions that this president has taken. So what does this pause mean? It means no more funding for illegal DEI programs. It means no more funding for the Green New scam that has cost American taxpayers tens of billions of dollars. It means no more funding.
We do deserve to suffer as a nation. The Green New Deal was never passed, and for like a decade now, they've mentioned it every single day as though it's a thing that actually exists. We do deserve. I think that maybe like religiosity might be our only way through it, because the best cope for this administration is believing that we're spiritually sick and need to suffer. I think that might just be the way through, you know? I'm taking on a whole new perspective, okay? I'm out there feeding like birds in a park. And later that day, if I see like a quarter on the ground, I'll assume God's rewarded me for my good deeds. If I go on, like, take a look at the news and see shit like this, I'll be like, well, I guess in a former life, like I must have really fucked somebody over. You got to round out the edges a little bit.
for transgenderism and wokeness across our federal bureaucracy and agencies. No more funding for Green New Deal social engineering policies. Again, people who are receiving individual assistance, you will continue to receive that. And President Trump is looking out for you by issuing this pause because he is being good steward of your taxpayer dollars.
Thanks, Caroline.
Sure.
How long is this pause going to last, and how is the Trump administration recommending that organizations that rely on federal funding make payroll, pay their rent in the meantime?
It is a temporary pause, and the Office of Management and Budget is reviewing the federal funding that has been going out the door. Again, not for individual assistance, but for all of these other programs that I mentioned. I also spoke...
the Green New Deal. You know, all these other programs, these very real programs that I mentioned, like the Green New Deal. Yeah, apparently she tweeted like 15 minutes ago. The White House is aware of the Medicaid website portal outage. We can confirm no payments have been affected. How exactly then were the portals affected? Just out of curiosity, how were all of these state Medicaid portals affected by a bill that ostensibly doesn't affect that at all? Like, what are you talking about? Total lie. Just a little accident, just a little fucky-wucky.
With the incoming director of OMB this morning, and he told me to tell all of you that the line to his office is open for other federal government agencies across the board, and if they feel that programs are necessary and in line with the president's agenda, then the Office of Management and Budget will review those policies. I think this is a very responsible measure. Again, the past 4 years...
Again, like immediate impeachment in a sane society to bring about a freeze of this kind. Unilaterally with like no congressional oversight. Absolutely insane. It's like it is not the job of the president to determine what the budget is or where the money is spent. Like, past the point.
We've seen the Biden administration spend money like drunken sailors. It's a big reason we've had an inflation crisis in this country. And it's incumbent upon this administration to make sure, again, that every penny is being accounted for honestly.
Why impose this pause with so little notice? Why not give organizations more time to plan for the fact that they are about to lose, in some cases, really crucial federal funding, at least for a period of time?
There was notice. It was the executive order that the president signed. There's also a freeze on hiring.
There was no notice.
As you know, a regulatory freeze, and there's also a freeze on foreign aid. And this is, again, incredibly important to ensure that this administration is taking into consideration how hard the American people are working. And their tax dollars actually matter to this administration. You know, just during this pause, DOJ and OMB have actually found that there was $37 million that was about to go out the door to the World Health Organization, which is an organization, as you all know, that President Trump, with the swipe of his pen in that executive order, is no longer wants the United States to be a part of. So that
did she say 37 million with an M? Okay.
In line with the president's agenda. DOJ and OMB also found that there was about to be 50 million taxpayer dollars that went out the door to fund condoms in Gaza. That is a preposterous waste of taxpayer money.
I haven't talked about this yet, but did you know that we've shut down our like AIDS assistance programs worldwide? We've paused the freezing on that, which is probably going to lead to like millions more people dying of AIDS and HIV completely needlessly. Like we've assisted for basically like pennies on the dollar for like no money. Basically, we have massively halted the spread of AIDS and HIV and potentially saved millions of lives. And we're not going to be doing that anymore.
Money. So that's what this pause is focused on, being good stewards of tax dollars.
And so this doesn't affect Meals on Wheels or Head Start or disaster aid?
Again, it does not affect individual assistance that's going to Americans.
To follow up on Nancy, do you think there will be a list of who is affected and how much money is affected? How will these contractors and organizations know if they are actually having their funding frozen? And then secondly, if you're willing, can you just clarify, is the end goal of this to essentially challenge Congress or to prove that the president can withhold federal funding? In other words, is this an attempt to pick a fight to prove that he can?
It is. That's the actual reason for all of this. The whole goal of Project 2025 is like the unitary executive theory, the idea that you can shake down the system and break Congress and basically make a king. And this is like an attempt to do that. And the more they break the rules and they don't get punished for it, the more they get away with it. You win by a 1% margin and you get to you essentially get to like rule the entire country. That's essentially what they're doing.
Do this. No, absolutely not. As it says right here in the memo, which I have, and I'd encourage all of you to read it, it says the American people elected President Trump to be the president of the United States and gave him a mandate to increase the impact of every federal dollar. This memo requires federal agents...
You notice how they keep saying over and over that Trump has a mandate? Like, they no longer just talk about the president's goals as the thing people voted in. They have to keep referring to it as a mandate because they know they're overstepping their authority every time he does anything. Like, what they're implying is that his power goes beyond the democratic process. Because if all you're saying is he won the election, you wouldn't need to say he has a mandate from the people. Mandate from the people is shit, like it's Hitler shit. Like, you can make mandate from heaven jokes, but the idea that a ruler has power beyond that which is bestowed by the results of the election that got them in power, that is like Hitler shit. Yeah.
Agencies to identify and review all federal financial assistance programs and supporting activities consistent with the president's policies and requirements. The American people gave President Trump an overwhelming mandate on November 5th.
See, like they have to keep saying it over and over again because they're trying to gaslight people into thinking that he won by a large margin. It was one of the closest elections in American history. They're desperate for people to believe. They want to beleaguer and badger and wear down Democrats. They want Republicans to wake up every day thinking, yeah, it was like a 60-40. It was like a 70-30. That's why Trump keeps saying ridiculously false shit, like he won the youth vote by 38 points. He's lying, obviously, but it's not a lie being said senselessly. It's not like dementia or whatever. It's just they believe it.
5th, and he's...
Didn't Biden win by a bigger margin? Yes, by a much larger margin.
Just trying to ensure that the tax money going out the door in this very bankrupt city actually aligns with the will and the priorities of the American people. So will there be a line?
Yes. Welcome. You look great. You're doing a great job.
Jesus Christ. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Chuck Schumer on Blue Sky. Trump's decision to halt virtually all federal grants. Okay. And loans is lawless, destructive, dangerous, and cruel. It's illegal, unconstitutional. It's Project 2025. Congress must act. That's great. Thank you, Chuck Schumer. That's great. Thank you. That's very helpful. Top Democrats are staying out of the Trump outrage cycle this time. That's good. That's great. The Democrats basically don't exist anymore. Like, this is why I say it's not even worth talking about them, basically. Apart from disdain, they do not... Yeah, it's a dead party. They look like, again, George, fucking Mitt Romney and John McCain lost by huge margins to Obama, and they came back and won in 2016. Democrats lose by like 1.5%, and the party dies. In reality, like, the reason the Democrats are so quiet is not because they lost by 1.5% of the popular vote. It's because they lost by like 100% of the oligarch vote. That's the reason why. The real votes, the ones that are counted by the support and the mandate of the ruling class, overwhelmingly went to Donald Trump. So, like, the reason they're acting this way is because back in 2016, even though Hillary Clinton lost, they did not lose, like, the oligarch vote, basically. Disney was ready to have Hillary Clinton's robot animatronic thing in their Hall of Presidents. Most people were surprised Trump won. It was considered an aberration. At this point, though, they basically just accepted it. Democrats are being more measured because people are just so tired, so there isn't the energy to stay at an 11 for the next 4 years. Man, must suck, huh? I mean, Republicans get to hold like a non-stop, hyper-aggressive fascist rally for like 10 years now, and they seem to be going strong. Meanwhile, the Democrats are like, oh, we tried nothing and we're tired now. We tried nothing and we're sleepy. Watch Musk salute to Trump supporters at inauguration. Phenomenal stuff, really. Vosh, what could the Democrats be doing at this point, given they're currently in the minority in every branch of government? I'm going to assume you're acting in good faith when you say this, and it's sad that your understanding of the power of the government is like limited to what the Democrats choose to do with it. Look at what Republicans have done every time they've been the minority in government. Like literally, like it's the Democrats are uniquely weak. And few got sucked into an outrage cycle over Elon Musk's straight-arm gesture during Trump's inauguration celebration. That's great, man. I hate to get caught in an outrage cycle over the most wealthy man on earth, Sieg Heiling, during the presidential inauguration of the person whose campaign he funded. You know? I hate the straight-arm gesture, you know? Hate that shit. Would hate to fall for such a simple and misrepresentative ruse. When they go low, we go to bed. True. When they go low, we go sleepy. Hate this shit. I can't watch more of this. Apparently, many of the portals are back up, which makes sense because it looks like they were. I wonder if they were just like poorly defined by the bounds of the freeze. A lot of stuff isn't going to be coming back up, though. We might need to wait a few days to see what actually does like get put out there. The guards of the ISIS prisons in Rojava aren't being paid anymore because of the foreign aid cut. That's cool. Trump's global aid freeze has cut the salaries paid to many of the prison and camp guards responsible for securing 9,500 ISIS militants and around 40,000 associated women and kids in Northeast Syria. Huh. I mean, you either like hold them there without pay, let them go, or kill them. I guess we'll see how that one pays out. Round 3, baby. Killing POWs is pretty fucked, though. I feel like... I know the ISIS are technically POWs. I just feel like they're POWs asterisk death cult. But yeah, you shouldn't kill them. But I didn't say you should. I'm just saying, like, one of those things is going to happen. So Rojava administration's not paying them out of pocket. I'm sure they'll be... listen, they can just, like, bake them some bread, okay? What matters more when you're out there on post guarding a jail cell, okay? A salary that you're not going to be able to spend until you get back to base or whatever, or freshly baked bread? Oh, they got the money back. Oh, that's nice. Isn't it like it's crazy how much the like tech billionaire mantra of move fast and break things is applying to the current administration, where they do everything immediately with no guards, break everything, and then hastily try to fix it back up. Good news, the civilian management at the Al-Hol and Al-Roj camps is back to work today, having been turned on by the State Department overnight. Nice. I mean, you know, would have been cool if they'd, like, checked over this beforehand, I guess. The top comment. Dude, who cares? The average MAGA wants to, like, mass execute 20 million non-criminal fucking brown people in the country. Like, them wanting to kill ISIS militants is, like, so far down on the more... Like, if their bloodlust could be constrained exclusively to ISIS POWs, then that would be, like, several orders of magnitude better than what we have to deal with now, you know? feels like they're testing the waters on what they can get away with? 100%. It's all part of bringing things together under the unitary executive theory. The fact that they're going to get away with this with no pushback, no legal chat, the fact that this is just going to like sail right through with no problem, that means they can get away with whatever they want. If the executive branch is capable of unilaterally deciding how to spend the budget in bad faith, there might as well not be a Congress. There just might as well not, like, who the fuck, like, whatever. The Congress at that point is just like a green stamp, you know? A legitimizing mechanism. The president can do whatever they want. Isn't the filibuster for this? No. The filibuster refers to votes going through the Senate. This is a unilateral action by the executive branch. Why do Democrats always say Congress should do something when they are Congress? Because they're just fucking useless. They do not have any theory of power that extends beyond the limits of like institutional reform. That's the only system they think works. Meanwhile, the Republicans have infinite power because they believe in power. Trump fired both Democrat labor board officials. It's not surprising. I agree with this tweet. What are they supposed to do about this? Unify around a message of pure opposition, organize a media strategy with guts, no votes for Trump nominees, slow down everything MAGA in Congress as much as possible, no both sidesism, resist encroachment at the state level, support based commentators. It's a start. Yeah. Remember back when Obama had both halves of Congress, and even then Republicans would stall everything he wanted to do. They would filibuster. They would say in bad faith, like, actually, I want to, like, you know, negotiate a bipartisan consensus on this, so on and so forth. And as a consequence of that, and the Democrats being dickless, they were able to slow Obama down massively in the first 2 years, which allowed them then to get a majority. Like one half of the houses in 2010. Whatever. Dem should hire Mitch before he dies. Yeah, at least he knows what he's fucking doing. Mitch McConnell is more competent and more politically educated than any member of the Democratic Party. It's disgusting. Relevant Mitch McConnell quote, the single most important thing we want to achieve is for President Obama to be a one-term president. Well, unfortunately, Democrats already lost on that front with Trump. God. Just sucks he's misaligned with our interests. I mean, MAGA hates him, even though he's literally the reason they exist today, so... I mean, the Medicaid portals might still be back up, but you guys have to understand that this goes so far beyond that in terms of like where that money is going. From any number of assistance programs to like NGOs, we're talking about like an obscene amount of money that has been frozen, that they're still freezing. And they got Medicaid back up and running, maybe, but...
President Trump signing another flurry of executive orders reshaping the federal government, including a pause in all federal aid spending. Today, New York's Tracy Strahan's in the newsroom now with reaction and potential impact. Tracy.
Well, Darlene, things like disaster relief aid, education, and transportation funding are all on the table. The Senate's top Democrat says President Trump's move to suspend these federal payments blatantly disobeys the law. In an internal White House memo obtained by NBC NBC News from a source. The White House Office of Management and Budget announced that all federal agencies would be forced to suspend financial assistance payments, with the exception of Social Security and Medicare. Now, that same memo says this is a pause that would be temporary and would allow the Trump administration time to determine.
I love how the media is reporting on this as if it's just a normal and settled thing and not a constitutional crisis. Yeah. I blame the Democrats for this as well. I'm sorry. It's hard for me not to.
The best uses of funding that's consistent with the president's priorities. The order already sparking backlash on Capitol Hill, as it has the potential to impact domestic infrastructure projects, climate initiatives, and DEI funding as well, things that are given by both state and local governments. Now, in announcing the freeze in a memo, the acting director of the Office of Management and Budget said in part, quote, "The use of federal resources to advance Marxist equity, transgenderism, and Green New Deal social engineering policies is a waste of taxpayer dollars." A number of Department of Justice lawyers were fired late last night before this memo for, quote, "playing a significant role in prosecuting President Trump." More than a dozen inspectors general were fired.
The impartial like repeating of this news is, as far as I'm concerned, fascist propaganda. How can you as a journal, like, again, what's the job of a journalist is not to hear from one person saying it's raining outside, one who's saying it's not raining, and then go, oh, well, you decide. It's to check to see if it's raining and then report on that, you know? To read out loud the paragraph of ending federal funding for the Green New Deal program and not amend that with any, like, just to be clear, that never happened. That's fake. That's completely fake. Just insane. This country's so fucking cooked, dude. It's so fucking over. I'm gonna live out in the Yukon. I'm gonna fucking train a team of Huskies to run on a treadmill to power my streams. I'm gonna get Starlink if they let me.
This morning, another sweeping action by President Trump as he remakes the federal government in his first full week in office.
Again, this is MSNBC. This is the news channel that people talk about as though it's like the left equivalent of Fox News. So here's a wildly unconstitutional, illegal action by the president to consolidate power in a unitary executive sense, okay? Let's see how they report on that.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Overnight, NBC News learning that the White House has ordered a freeze of federal aid starting at 5 p.m. today.
My administration has been moving with urgency and historic speed to reverse every single disaster of the Biden administration.
The new head of the government's budget office saying in an internal memo obtained by NBC News that the pause extends to, quote, all federal financial assistance and activities affected by President Trump's recent executive orders, including foreign aid, non-governmental organizations, DEI, woke gender ideology, and the Green New Deal. The memo says Social Security and Medicare will not be affected, and neither would payments directly.
You can really feel the partisan left bias coming off of this, you know? It really feels like they're mounting a resistance. Is it any wonder that more and more people support Trump now? Is it any wonder that his favorability went up with the media being as it is? You have to understand, okay? This has nothing to do with the voters. There are like fucking 5 people who control all media in the West, okay? And they all know who they side with. They might play ball sometimes, they might pretend to be a little bit more impartial, but they know what they're doing, okay?
From the government to individuals.
The crazy thing is, Fox News is the only news channel that's doing well anymore. CNN, ABC, NBC, MSNBC, their ratings have tanked. Fox News is the only one doing well. So it's not as though CNN, MSNBC, whatever, are doing what they're doing to make money. They're losing money. They're deliberately choosing to strangle the ratings of these news companies rather than to allow them to represent the genuine need for partisan left news coverage in this country. Like, so it's not even monetary interest. That's what people need to, people sometimes they're like, oh, well, they're just like CNN's kowtowing to the moderates to make more money. No, they're losing money on it. They're acting in their class interest, not in their own monetary interest. This goes way beyond that.
But many Americans get federal funds on everything from loans to food aid to farm assistance indirectly, and it's unclear if those programs would be affected. The order says it's targeting the parts of the government that will be changed by President Trump's recent executive actions that could include everything from some efforts to lower prescription drug costs to clean energy jobs and programs. Congressional Democrats.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I get it. We get the left partisan bias there. Really feeling the resistance build up. Let me send this off to the editor minds. Let me just send it off to the editor minds. We've got a lot of stuff to cover today. It's just absolutely insane. Back up, so with like there we go. Who's getting banned and why? Muted for 30 minutes. Couldn't have been that bad. Okay. People going, it's so hard not to Fed post guy. Yeah, shut the fuck up. No one cares what you think is difficult or not difficult. You people find it difficult to brush your teeth more than 2 times a week, okay? I don't want to hear your... I'm not interested in your whining. Oh, I know, Mawilly. I want to take a look at this.
Scope and meaning of this memorandum, the reality is that some states are already reporting that funds have been frozen.
Why is this live video start in the middle of the stream?
Head Start was frozen in Michigan. Access to child development block grants were frozen in Maryland. At least 20 states have been frozen out of their Medicaid reimbursement systems, including New York. And in one state, it was reported that they were blocked out of their child support enforcement, and they cannot draw down on these funds. Here in New York, we rely upon these critical services throughout our state, and these funds support health care in rural and underserved communities. They fund infrastructure repairs to...
We have an analysis of the freeze. Hold on. We might be able to read through this information faster. Vosh, did you see the press secretary told everyone, podcasters, people who report news, influencers, to apply for press credentials for being in the White House briefing room? We're going to get Aiden Ross and Andrew Tate in the White House press corps. I can't wait. Hassan should go. They're not going to let Hassan in. They allowed Breitbart back. You should apply. They're not going to let me in. What the fuck is this? I can't read this on stream. Are you insane? Moron. Jesus. Okay, this is a quick one, because it's also insane. So one of the biggest crises that the Trump administration is going to have to deal with moving forward is the fact that climate change can't be propagandaed away. It's not possible. Like, it's just something they're going to have to deal with no matter what. There's just no way around it, especially because all of their policies are, let's say, accelerationist on climate change. So one of the big like talking points that Trump has used with regard specifically to the constant drought in California, the wildfires, is that Governor Newsom, for no reason at all, has decided to not allow millions and millions and millions of gallons of water to flow down into the state, and instead directs it into the ocean for no reason. So we've arrived at something. I don't think it's the conclusion of this particular arc. It is incredibly funny, though. The United States military just entered the great state of California and, under emergency powers, turned on the water flowing abundantly from the Pacific Northwest and beyond. The days of putting a fake environmental argument over the people are over. Enjoy the water, California. Nothing actually happened. He just said this. There's no... I mean, obviously, all of this is made up. So, like, he just said this. I don't know why he said this. Nothing happened. Fox News is probably going to report this as a massive victory. California's Department of Water Resources responded hours later. The military did not enter California. The federal government restarted federal water pumps after they were offline for maintenance for 3 days. State water supplies in Southern California remain plentiful. Literally, like, they turned off some pipes to give them a little scrub-it-up-dub on the inside. It really is, like, and it makes you reflect on how little the Democrats do to maintain the public will. Like, I genuinely feel like if it wasn't for Trump being who Trump is, Republicans would have like 20% public support. They need a guy who will take credit for everything that happens. Making stuff up, it doesn't matter. Inventing crises, then solving them, it doesn't matter. Lying and then just getting the media to cover it as though it really happened. All of it, it doesn't matter, you know? So we're just blatantly not lying now. Welcome. I'm really sorry. That coma that hit you back in 2015 must have been a rough one, and the world has changed a lot while you were away. I feel like no matter what news story I cover, there are people in chat being like, so they're just lying now. So they're just evil now. Can you stop? I'm not trying to hate or whatever. Just like, you make me feel like I'm in a Marvel movie. No shit. You can't all be having these discoveries every day, obviously. It's all been evil. They've all been lying. They've always been able to fly. Maybe you got new viewers smile. No, I just think it's a Marvelism. I just think it's what people say. I don't think it's new information to them, actually. That's what I'm going after. It's not the fact, it's not if it's new information, it's that if it's not new information and people are like, wow, so they're just like that now. You gotta spare me. Fascism's right behind me, isn't it? Remember, the reservoirs were more or less full during the, when the fires broke out. Like, you need a lot of water to fight fires, but nothing compared to the volume in a reservoir. Like, the amount of water that you use running Los Angeles is so many orders of magnitude greater than the amount of water that you need fighting fires. So like, that wasn't the issue there. Trump thinks California was deliberately turning on water. Well, he doesn't think that. He's lying, of course, but, you know. Why can't they just use ocean water? They do. But also, because ocean water isn't, like, pumped directly into the hydrants. You need water pressure in order for those hoses to work. And for water pressure to be present, you need to have pumps. And pumps can only get through so much water. And also, salt water does blight the land. So... Salt also ruins the pumps, that's true. Well, anyway, it's pretty funny. This is the closest thing we have to humor now. Are we sure Trump doesn't believe it? He's pretty dumb? It doesn't matter, is the point. Like, it doesn't matter. It would be so much easier to believe, like, conveniently, that people whose job it is to lie believe every lie they tell, but I don't think that's true at all. It doesn't matter. Well. What will you do if they come for the left-wing media channels? Become violently transphobic. Looking out for number one. Become? You guys, when the shift happens. Wow, so he's just violently transphobic now, huh? Now? Well, that just happened. Excuse me. Okay. We've got another massive one. And we're going to be covering more about the freeze because, again, until the freeze ends, we don't know what's going to be preserved and what's going to be cut. This one's special. Dems are so cucked, let's protect Israel no matter what. Scoop, Senate Democrats unify against GOP on ICC sanctions. What? Senate Democrats are expected to block a bill sanctioning the ICC on Tuesday, a show of Democratic unity after a week of internal dissent. What? Senate Democrats are expected to block a bill sanctioning the ICC on Tuesday. Dems don't follow this. The Stonewall is the first concrete action since Trump's inauguration to thwart the GOP agenda. Isn't that the bill failed? Well, yeah, they don't have a majority in the Senate. Isn't that good? Yeah, it was framed by the chatter. Wait, block a bill sanctioning. I'm sorry, hold on. Am I suffering like a massive brain hemorrhage? Blocking a bill sanctioning the ICC would be bad. No, it'd be good. I'm sorry. My head hurts. Does anyone else think that sanction is a stupid word because it can mean both positive and negative? Like sanctions are bad, but sanctioning an action is good? Isn't that that's because we've been talking about yeah, that's sorry. It's my yeah, now that I'm a violent transphobe, my IQ is starting to erode away. So it's getting me a little bit. Absolutely, the Axios article has like 3 sentences. Yeah, well, that's how Axios is always written. No, either way. How about something a little bit more immediately meaningful?
Particularly in the very near future, we're going to be placing tariffs on foreign production of computer chips, semiconductors, and pharmaceuticals to return production of these essential goods to the United States of America. They left us and they went to Taiwan, which is about 98% of the chip business, by the way. And we want them to come back, and we don't want to...
For one, I don't know why he has, like, granola in his mouth. I'm not sure why he's eating granola while up there on stage. Secondly, President Xi does nothing, wins. What the absolute fuck? Are you guys ready for the PS6 to cost like $4,000? Oh my god. Yeah, get your goddamn graphics cards while you can. Holy shit.
To give them billions of dollars like this ridiculous program that Biden has. Give everybody billions of dollars. They already have billions of dollars. They've got nothing but money, Joe. They didn't need money. They needed an incentive. And the incentive is going to be they're not going to want to pay a 25, 50, or even 100% tax. They're going to build their factory with their own.
Why is he doing this? We're fucking ourselves over for no reason. My theory for this is that he's essentially trying to do the CHIPS Act without the CHIPS Act so that he can take credit for it, and also because he wants to set up his own incentive structure. The reason he's doing this is because he is planning to give Taiwan to China. That's my guess. I genuinely can't think of any other explanation for this. Taiwan is a, like, very close U.S. ally. There's no tension between America and Taiwan. We're extremely tight-knit. We rely heavily on their chips, as does the rest of the world. It seems to me like the only thing I could really see this being for is, like, to encourage very quick development of manufacturing of chips in the United States in anticipation of China being given, or sorry, Taiwan being given to China. I genuinely can't think of anything else. He needs to placate House Republicans' budgetary concerns too. Yeah, but they don't actually have budgetary concerns, is my issue. They've never actually cared about the budget. It's not that much money. Like, he's already cutting the CHIPS Act, but the imports that we get from the chips from Taiwan, those are fielded by private companies in a lot of cases. If he wanted to cut back like the federal involvement in that, that doesn't require tariffs. I don't know. I think that he's giving Taiwan away. I can't think of any other. There are so many reports of Trump aides constantly pushing for tariffs first, negotiating later, especially with Canada and Mexico. I can't think of a reason besides we just hate our allies. It is crazy how Trump would act exactly like this if he was an agent of a foreign power. Like, it is wild how you would not expect any change in his behavior if he was just straight up like a foreign agent, you know? God, when Tulsi Gabbard takes office, Jesus Christ. I think I'm not trying to be alarmist. I think that's the most likely explanation. I think he's willing to give Taiwan to China. I think that we're going to start seeing not pro-Chinese. We're going to start seeing like I have negotiated better IP like laws with China. I've respected better trade deals, and all they ask in return is that we not interfere in their internal affair of reuniting Chinese Taipei with the mainland or whatever the fuck. You know, the one China policy we've respected for many years. I see no reason to get involved. America first. We don't want to get involved in foreign wars. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe not. Yeah, he'll say he ended the Chinese Civil War by reunifying China. That's true. That's crazy. Upsides, relations will probably be much better. I promise you. I promise you. The annexation, well, not annexation, the invasion of Taiwan would not lead to a more peaceful South China Sea, okay? It would be a ruinous, but the Taiwanese would like fight for every square foot of land. It would be devastating. It would not be good. They would sabotage the plants? Oh, probably, yeah. They would cut the elevator up the Eiffel Tower. This is pretty grim, guys. Pretty grim. This is the reason behind the tariffs. You can't just link an article saying who a guy is. I know who Stephen Moran is. What's the point? Thank you.
Money. We don't have to give them money. They're going to come in because it's good for them to come in. They're giving them money. They don't even know what they're going to do with it. I had people tell me, we have no idea. We didn't need money. They don't know if they're probably going to use the money to build in other places, other countries. It's a ridiculous plan, very expensive and ridiculous. The only way you'll get out of this is to build your plant. If you want to stop paying the taxes or the tariffs, you have to build your plant right here in America. That's what's going to happen at record levels. We're going to have more.
The MIC wouldn't allow being pulled out of Taiwan. Why not? Like, why not? The military-industrial complex makes money when people are fearful and paranoid about the world. When people feel the need to raise their defense budgets up to the moon and beyond. Like, why not? China rapidly expanding territory. Japan would have to rearm. Like, the Japanese mainland, they would have to start dumping money into their own military production because the expansion into the South China Sea would be a massive, like, geopolitical threat in the region. It would probably push like Vietnam and the Philippines closer to like it's just huge. They're already rearming. They'll double rearm. Taiwan claims they'd hit the Three Gorges with cruise missiles or has in the past. I don't think they'd be able to. You have to assume that China has like the world's most sophisticated anti-air, maybe if they have hypersonic missiles, but also that would be like a double, triple war crime. Taking out the Three Gorges Dam would be like, what, like 3 Holocausts in one move? Wouldn't that would flood like 30 million people, right? More? Yorp.
Plants built in the next short period of time than anybody ever envisioned before, because the incentive is going to be there because they have no tariff.
Based, let's go. It's actually not based. I'm sorry to... I know we have some NAFO individuals in chat. I'm really sorry. I know I hate to like cut down on the fun. I actually think that killing essentially like 20 times the number of people who died in Hiroshima, more than like 200 times in one act would be bad, personally. That's just... I'm a different kind of guy on that, you know, just sort of a personal opinion of mine.
Whatsoever. In fact, they have help from us if they build their plant in America.
It's not good. By focusing on chips and pharmaceuticals, Trump could squeeze U.S. allies in Asia, including Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan. I love it. It's just, dude, literally everyone this administration is going after is an ally. We're like all the nations that don't like America right now are just like, you know, drumming their fingers together. With literally like every single nation we're picking a fight with. Denmark, Greenland, Canada, Mexico, Colombia, potentially now South Korea, Japan, fucking obviously Taiwan. Like all of these countries, they're all our allies. Every one of them. Brazil, Panama too. Australia? Nah, they're fine. Don't worry about it. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Co., the world's largest contract chipmaker, makes semiconductors for NVIDIA, Apple, and other U.S. clients. TSMC generated 70% of its revenue in 2024 from customers based in North America. Insane. Like we rely on them so much. One glorpillion more to Israel. That's true. South Korea, too. Why isn't he shaking down Japan for all our military support? Oh, I'm sure he'll pick that fight eventually. It's just a one thing at a time kind of deal, you know? No way shift chip manufacturing fast enough stateside to intentionally hand to one shot. Okay, but you have to understand, okay? Prices going down and the economy doing well for the oligarchs, those are not the same things, okay? Remember, the modern day wealth on top, like speculative wealth, VC wealth, has nothing to do with how well you're doing, okay? The oligarchs got richer after 2008. The oligarchs got richer after COVID. Like, there's the relationship between how well the economy is doing for us and how well it's doing for them. Total disconnect. The more crisis, generally, the more wealth they get. So this, like, oh, sure, maybe your cards go up. Maybe everything gets more expensive. What does that have to do with them? That shit, that's not on them. That's not their wealth. When does it go worse for them? That's the fun part. It never does. The way the economy is currently structured, it never does. Their wealth will only go up, not down. It's designed that way. The line keeps going up. Well, eventually it's going to go down. But it'll go down for everyone. No self-control with you people. I don't understand. How is this good for tech oligarchs? We ought to lose the tech race now. You have to restructure how you think about these things, okay? The tech race isn't real. Nothing is real, all right? There are like 100, maybe 200 people on top of society that own basically everything. Their wealth is abstract and determined largely via vibes and hype. As long as people believe in it, they have that money. Because speculation and share values, I mean, that's what determines their wealth. Now, you getting screwed over has nothing to do with that. Who cares if Chinese billionaires are doing well? They're part of the same class. The systems that made our billionaires wealthy made their billionaires wealthy. To the extent that they collaborate, you know, ultra wealthy people in America rely on Chinese manufacturing, so Chinese tech does better. Okay, they can leverage that. It's not a rational, like, let me put it this way. Yeah, like Thana brings up. Let me put it this way, okay? You know that story about how they were going to dump $500 billion into AI research and then China came out with a better one after spending like, I don't know, 10 million or something like that? People are like, oh, this is costing the oligarchs money. And sure, NVIDIA takes a stock dip for the moment. You know, we'll see how long that one lasts. I've seen that happen before. Like Bitcoin went down and now it's through the roof, you know? So why does it matter, right? They spend money on AI. That money just comes back around to them. Government investment, you know, shareholder hype, speculative investment, and they benefit in the long run from the developments that come out of the Chinese product. It's this, the system's rigged. And I'm sorry, I know it's a sophomoric thing to say as a left-leaning person. I understand that, like, did you know the system's rigged? Did you know that they socialize the costs but privatize the profit? Like, I know. I've been hearing the same rhetoric since 2008. You know, all the 1% versus 99%ers. I know Occupy Wall Street. I get it, but it's still true. It's still true. So, like, what do you know, like, it's unfortunately, like, past a point, the truth might become a little bit like banal to repeat, but the truth, it remains. That's Socialism 101. Well, this isn't really about socialism. It's about late-stage capitalism. But I guess you can't really talk about late-stage capitalism without being a socialist, because if you don't believe in socialism, you have to pretend that this is like corporatism. Oh, no, this outcome that is happening everywhere around the world in every developed capitalist society, this is just like an aberration. It's not meant to be like that. Democracies aren't supposed to be this heavily influenced by the ultra wealthy. Who made it like that? What system made it so that a small group of people had enough wealth to buy all the media and then rig the system in favor of their interests? Well, I don't understand. So yeah, it's a systemic failing, obviously. Yeah, you can't just give capitalism a slap on the ass and get it to not act this way. At least it gave us Nintendo. That's true. That's very true. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. I am concerned about the Taiwan tariffs. Apparently Taiwan's responded. 1 second. To the threat, to the perceived threat. Oh yeah, reminder that we're like 4 days out from the threatened 25% tariffs to Canada and Mexico, which I still feel like they're going to back out on, because like if that does happen, it would be ruinous to the economy. I'm stockpiling beans, are you? Responding to Trump tariff threat, Taiwan says chip business is win-win. Semiconductor business between Taiwan and U.S. is a win-win model for both sides, given the high level of complementarity, the government said on Tuesday. Yep, but that's only the case if you care about how well your country or the people in the country are doing, as opposed to how well, like, 5 guys who run the country are doing, you know? It's like with Russia, you know? Russia has done lots of stuff to bankrupt Russia. Do you think the oligarchs are bankrupt? God, no. It was like this with feudal kings and aristocrats and stuff. You could have feast or famine. You could have good harvest years or bad harvest years. You could have wars, which went well and you plundered gold or whatever, and you could have wars that would go poorly. At the end of the day, the noblemen are always wealthy. They never run out of money. The system is set up so that they don't run out of money. That's the whole point. A bad economy means no one can buy these chips anyway. Who cares? So no one can buy them. And What does that have to do with the fake economy? You're talking about the real economy again. Again, remember, the oligarchs, all of their money is held in hype. It's in a fake economy. I know it sounds sophomoric to say, and I love that word, thank you. But it's true. Their money is not held in anything that is derived from the real material exchange of resources within the economy. You understand? It has nothing to do with it. But don't the companies like Meta need to buy chips from Taiwan? I still don't understand, man. This shit is so fucked. Okay, say that Meta needs to spend more money to buy those chips. What does that have to do with the wealth of Zuckerberg personally? So chip prices go up. Every company that's doing tech stuff all around the world now has to pay more money to get chips. Meta, which already has a ton of money, can afford to buy those chips in spite of the scarcity. In fact, because Meta has so much money, they can invest in the production of new chip factories in the United States. Maybe even engage in some vertical integration, buy them, and build them from the ground up. If anything, it just gives an opportunity to Meta to engage in vertical integration. Now, not only is Meta one of the world's largest producers of chips, they get to sell them to themselves. Well, they're not even selling them to themselves. They get them at a premium. Google is doing this? Yep, it's vertical integration. Every crisis is an opportunity. It doesn't matter whether the products get more expensive for you or lower quality for you or whether there's not enough of them for you. That's not where the money's coming from. It comes from monopoly. It comes from speculation. It comes from a bigger and bigger and bigger bubble of speculative investment sitting on top of the real economy. And it is a bubble, but it's a very big and durable one. They're calling it a steel bubble, folks. Or like those glass bubbles, you know? You'd think they'd be fragile, but they're actually quite durable if the glass blower knows what they're doing. Google is becoming a fabless semiconductor design company like Apple and AMD. They can't afford to create their own fabs and design their own nodes. Okay, well now you're talking nerd talk. I'm really sorry. I play the games. I don't make them. Does everyone understand? Okay, it's very important to me that everyone gets what I'm talking about with this specific thing, okay? Like, everyone who's like, this is going to destroy the economy. Sure, the real economy, for you and me. The economy that relates in some way to, like, the affordability and availability of consumer products, sure. But most of the money in society these days, there's no mobility to it. It just sits on top. It's not cycling around. Well, I give it my pitch, okay? I give it my pitch. Okay, but at some point it has to reach those people. They're not in orbit. Oh, yeah. The hype will die down eventually, don't get me wrong. And they're in for a rough fall when it does. At least some of them are. But that's not going to stop them in the meantime. Global warming is the big one. But keep in mind, as you're pointing out, all of the ultra-wealthy oligarchs that we're talking about have bunkers. They know. They understand. They're not emotional, you know, free of reason animals charging forward. They're plundering, and they know that no matter how things go, they can go back to that bunker. Hundreds of millions of dollars spent to fortify them. Just keep that in mind. They have their escape strategy. They have their golden parachute. Bosch, I think you're overreacting. The odds of this having a devastating impact on average people is minuscule. It's the collective effect of basically every economic decision that we've seen made over decades. It's not just this. It's everything. all the money being stripped from social services, taxes being raised on regular people and lowered for the wealthy, a capital gains tax lowered, business tax lowered, more and more and more of the money in our economy being totally immobile up at the top rather than down here. There is a very real and material difference in how the distribution of wealth looked back in the 1950s to how it does today. As unequal as the 1950s were in a lot of ways, nothing compared to today. And it's a totally different kind of inequality. Back then, the money you got from your factory, you spend it, it goes around the community, it comes back around in wages. Most of the money, you know, circulated in the communities in which it was spent. Money goes to the government spends it on shit, the people that get that money spend it on other shit, pays out wages, you get the money again. But nowadays, the vast majority of money in the United States, in the world, is just in a bubble on top. It's not getting paid to anyone. It's not going anywhere. It's not doing anything. It's just a bubble right up here. That's why the average wage of a CEO has gone from like, I don't know, was it like 8 times the average worker to like 150 times and more? And that's just the average CEO, not even like the select few oligarchs who are making like $5 billion a second or whatever, you know? I'm sure they have good dental for the workers at those bunkers, Terminal Sandy. Anyway. About the bubble, when will it burst? I don't fucking know. That's quite a high zoomed in photo. Reuters. Taiwan's presidential office, in a separate statement, said the island and the United States have good mutual trust and a close relationship when it comes to chips and high-tech cooperation. Said it's a win-win situation. There's basically nothing that Taiwan can do about this, which is pretty sickening. You know that the TSMC and the government over there have to have like a big tummy ache right now. Can we talk about how this is an international effort? It is. Capital is international. America is definitely like the, you know, capital of capital, though. The Hill report on emergency Dem meeting.
The country last night, President Trump plunged the country into chaos without a shred of warning. The Trump administration announced a halt to virtually all federal funds across the country. In an instant, Donald Trump has shut off billions, perhaps trillions of dollars that directly support states, cities, towns, schools, hospitals, small businesses.
Schumer watched your stream and got up. And man, how hard did he get up, huh? Really feeling the fire from the statement. You can really tell from the way he's talking that this was a wildly unconstitutional freeze, that it tantamount to like dictatorial authority by the presidency.
And most of all, American families. This is a dagger at the heart of the average American family in red states, in blue states, in cities, in suburbs, in rural areas. It is just outrageous. Why? They need tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy, and these cuts, they think, will fund them. Every one of our offices has been deluged with calls from people who are in panic. What is this going to mean? And just like the January 6th pardons, this decision is lawless, dangerous, destructive, cruel. It's illegal. It's unconstitutional.
We could see a screeching halt to resources for child
Jesus
care,
Christ.
cancer research, housing, police officers, opioid addiction treatment.
I'm really feeling how outrageous this is. I mean, you'll never get a good message from them on this because they're in service to the same powers that Trump is acting in service of. That's the reason why Bernie Sanders is so much more compelling, you know? charisma comes from conviction. Bernie Sanders believes what he says. These guys have been, spent their lives kowtowing to the same interests. Obviously, they're not gonna come out here and do an about face.
Rebuilding roads and bridges, and even disaster relief efforts. He was just in California to witness the devastation, and now he is holding back that aid. Trump's actions would wreak havoc in red and blue communities everywhere. This is funding that communities are expecting, and this memo is creating chaos and confusion about whether these resources will be available to them. Entire budgets and payrolls across the country are carefully hinging on these resources.
That's great, man. Can't wait for their emergency meeting, which they're holding a day after the thing. Why can't they just say Trump doesn't give a fuck about you? Because they might burst out laughing when they remember they don't either. New Reuters poll finds Americans have a dim view of many of the Trump administration's blizzard of executive actions. You don't have to copy-paste the title. They really don't like the Gulf of America thing? That's funny. It doesn't matter, man. The election already happened. I mean, I'm fully in favor of Trump's increasing popularity with the electorate, but a lot of that unpopularity is happening in spite of the silence of the Democrats and the, complicity of the media. It's already renamed in Google Maps. No, Google Maps will change it to Gulf of America. Which makes sense, right? Like, obviously, Google Maps kowtows to an American, mapping scheme. There are different countries with different names for stuff. We go by that. So, yeah. People are still going to call it the Gulf of Mexico. It'll show both internationally, if I remember correctly. Like Gulf of Mexico / Gulf of America. That's funny. Maybe it should have been called the Gulf of America all along. We do share more of a coast with it than Mexico does. Maybe it's time. I'm tired of getting taken advantage of by Mexico. I think Mexico deserves it. Woke. I fucking love this shirt, man. From Samurai. You know it's 16 ounces per, square yard? It's like 4 times as thick as most shirts. It's warm as hell, which is great because it's cold as hell today. Wool? No, just cotton. How do we deal with a public so apathetic it's like nothing will enrage people? It's not about the public. The media and the Democrats are both complicit in either doing nothing or worse than nothing to incite people respond to the environments that they are that they exist within, The consent is very, very manufactured. This isn't a people issue, not fundamentally. If you want to talk about people. 1 second. I saw this, which I thought was pretty revealing. The vast majority of Republican voters are I think largely stupid and misinformed, driven in many cases by hate, but in a lot of cases, I think by an animosity towards the legitimate corruption of the system, very susceptible to propaganda, that sort of thing. Having seen them like in real life for a decent amount of my life, you know, having like been exposed to the way they behave, I genuinely just think that a lot of them are really discontented, and they've been easy to pick up on, you know, via those propaganda channels. There was recently a New York Magazine story that I thought was quite funny. Here, look. The cruel kids' table, out late with the young right as they contemplate cultural domination. Good luck with that. For our latest cover story, Brock Collier reported on the young, gleeful, confident, and casually cruel Trumpers who, after conquering Washington, have their sights set in the rest of America. So these, of course, aren't like regular Republicans. I mean, they're you know, in dinner jackets. These are like, you know, trust fund kids, Nepo babies, little Ivy League freaks, you know what I'm talking about. Casually cruel is wild. Can't you tell by looking at them? You know exactly what you're looking at. You're looking at the same kind of people who would go to like Epstein parties, I don't know, the Grove, Bohemian Grove type shit. Just like, you know, freaks who fall into power via money and assume because of it. It's like Great Gatsby stuff, basically. I mean, that social caste has never gone away. And it's always been right bent. The rich? Well, not just the rich, you know. I'm talking about like a very specific kind of the rich, but you get me. For the most part, these people are losers. I've actually had the privilege a few times in my life of interacting directly with people who are like this, just through like there's an academic conference, or you talk to them at like a mutual party, you know them through a conference or whatever. I don't even think they were conservative, the ones that I talked to. For the most part, they're airheads with an extremely strong sense of entitlement to whatever it is that they were born with. That's basically like the gist of it. There's no, it's not that complicated. You might notice like basically everyone in this photo is white. I don't think that's an accident here. There's the quote. This is the quote that I saw that keyed me onto the article here. Because 6 months into Biden being president, I was like, I can't fucking do this anymore, says a 19-year-old New Yorker who once quite literally had blue hair and attends Marymount Manhattan, which he describes as, quote, 75% women and 23% trannies. That's probably true. Real, fact-checked by real American patriots. He had supported Biden as a 16-year-old, but, quote, I hate watching the things I say. I took a much farther horseshoe around this time. Later, a former Bernie supporter, who looked like the most Bernie-supporting person one could imagine with the long curly hair and a plaid shirt, told me the same. He wanted the freedom to say faggot and retarded. And no one ever told these guys that you can support left-leaning politics and still... look, okay, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to give you the option. I think this is one of those... this is one of those slices of the pie where people are going to be tempted to come up with some really, really, really in-depth analyses of why they are the way they are. But I'll tell you why. They're weak-minded, empty-headed socialites who follow trends and are really susceptible to pressure from their environment. When they were young, during COVID, they had a lot of time to spend on social media, and they were left-leaning because of it. And now that they're, you know, getting older, getting into college, getting a little bit more free to spend the money their parents give them, now they're conservative. It has nothing to do with material conditions, really, in like you know, what interests them or what they could make more money off of kind of way. It's literally just the desire to fit in. It's a kind of weakness that, like, I think a lot of people are subject to, but in their case, people are going to go like, oh, no, it's not their desire to fit in. It's actually like this really complicated and interesting sociological phenomena. Dude, it's just people trying to fit in, man. People are really alienated these days, and that includes these guys. You want to know something? I'll tell you something that you can't tell just by looking at these photos. A lot of the people you're looking at right here are lonely motherfuckers who don't know how to connect to people. It's always been like that. Wall Street parties, it's always been like that. Now it's even worse than it used to be. Sure, you've got them here at a party. They're having a good time. A lot of these folks, they look handsome. You know, I'm sure they're fucking around. I'm not saying they don't. But they're bad at connecting to people, like a lot of young people are. Most of the people on, you know, you're looking at right here are at least 5 years younger than me. I feel some degree of, you know, expertise, at least with regard to like this age range, like what you're going through when you're in that period. And it's only gotten worse with COVID, man. A lot of these people are just lonely and not very good at socializing. So what happens when a lonely and socially alienated person, especially one with a lot of money and connections, goes to college and starts being able to drink at parties? All of a sudden, you've got Patrick Bateman, baby. No, not fascism. Take it one step back. You've got Patrick Bateman. You've got a bunch of empty-headed, socially malleable dipshits running around taking shots, loud, abrasive. They'll do what they need to do to fit in. They're chameleons, you know? And because they're chameleons in an environment full of, you know, Nepo babies, they turn into Trump supporters. That's it. It's that simple. Here, these photos are phenomenal, okay? Look at these. These were being celebrated by Trump supporters, okay? Look at this. Take an arc peek. I love this, the underlighting here. You getting a feel for this? You understand? I'm not here to do like art analysis, but are you getting a feeling from these that the photographer did not like these kids? Can you get that feeling? HDR was a mistake. It was a deliberate choice in this one. If you wanted to make this look fun, you would blur the photos a little bit. They look like antagonists. They look like antagonists. They do. Look at this. The underlighting, so you have these big shadows above them, not ones that they're casting down to signify that they're powerful. The shadows here are meant to make them look larger than they actually are, i.e., it's a mirage. You've seen this in cartoons, right? A big shadow comes marching down the hall, then you round the corner and it's just a little guy and the light's making them look bigger. It's meant to make them diminutive. Beer stain here, the HDR in the photo making everyone look uncanny, kind of unreal, like you're in a dream, you know? It's not meant to flatter these people. And they're all like, and these people are a dime a dozen. They're all like vapid, sociopathic, you know, 20-somethings, maybe not even 20-somethings. They're all separate as well. Yeah, you don't see much in the way of, ugh. Like this, okay, let me tell you this, okay? I'm not a photographer. If I was, and I took a photo like this and published it, it would not be because I like this woman. Does that make sense? How about that? You're taking thousands of photos, maybe, yeah, hundreds at least, at an event like this. Now the comments, the person here who's posting these photos is a fascist, so doesn't understand art well enough to understand like the point of these photos. The lighting and everything makes these perfect. The oldest president ever brought forth the most youthful political movement in American history. Right. Yeah. Look at these, man. This is not flattering. Looking at this and thinking this is meant to be flattering, you'd be watching like The Wolf of Wall Street and coming across like, man, what a great guy. But fascists and the ability to properly analyze art, you know, I know. What is it you say about evil being shown in the face? I'm a strong believer in this. Yes, 100%. Maybe you're overthinking it. No, not at all. The photographer absolutely 100% meant to frame this in a Gatsby-esque way. Vapid Nepo babies sitting on like faux expensive furniture, spilling drinks on themselves, laughing obscenely. No one actually seems to be close or connected. They all look like they're more interested in status and appealing to the group than they are in actually connecting with one another. They're all performing and acting for the group rather than interacting directly. You can believe what you want. You can believe what you want. I'm sorry, okay? Pardon me, all right? I'm being very liberal right now. I'm being very, you know, let's analyze the art. What, you know what they say about the media literacy people? They say they like cock. And boy, are they right in this case. I think people are going to read into this more than they need to, is the point that I'm trying to get at. Can you imagine trying to derive some kind of broader sociological point if you exclusively looked at these, like, you know, Republican Nepo baby dinner parties after every election. You could have done this at any year. You could have done this after Reagan. You could have done this after Bush. These parties were happening after all of them. All the children of the powerful people mixing together. It's always been like this, right? So why pretend now that it's representative? You know why? Media consensus, okay? Manufactured consent. Trump won by like 1.5% of the vote. Now we're going to pretend that actually this is America. This is America now, apparently. I mean, I tell you, if I was buying in on Trump propaganda over the past like 10 years, this looks like the most anti-American thing I've ever seen in my life. Isn't this like coastal elitism? This shit ain't happening in Oklahoma, okay? I only read a few paragraphs of this, and I don't want to read the whole thing because that would take a while. Oh, here's the bit we just saw, or here's the bit we saw from the screenshot in the tweet. This is true coastal elitism. Yeah, here, we'll read just a teeny bit. How about just a teeny little itsy bitsy bit, okay? Conservatives used to be uptight, but the left has become the funless, sexless party. Not that the right is the party of sex necessarily. We have fun, says a 31-year-old influencer, Arin Wexler. What is a 31-year-old influencer doing? Talking about sex at this party full of like fresh college students? What does a conservative even look like anymore? The boys just want to have fun. The writer of this article is trans, apparently. Oh, nice. I've heard about those people. Even up until the election, many liberals who still thought of themselves as the owners of mainstream culture dismissed this scene as fringe, and it is unclear who is seriously serious about their beliefs and who is a grifter doing it for the bit. I promise you, most of the people at this party don't know either. They're performing for an audience, you know? Doesn't show the images because of the so on and so forth. They're trying to be popular. Casual cruelty is a big, like, virtue signal in group, in conservative circles. The ability to show you really do not give a fuck about trans people or immigrants or whatever else. It's very performative. They do it for each other, not necessarily like as an honest or genuine expression of what they believe. Performative cruelty isn't new, you know? I've always maintained that in order for the left to be successful, it needs to be fun. No political movement can ever win unless it's fun. And by fun, I don't mean like irresponsible necessarily. I don't mean inaccurate. I don't mean dishonest. I don't mean juvenile. I mean that you need to be, you need to be energized by it. It needs to give you something to believe in. You need to wake up and feel like in an affirmative sense, like I want to believe in this. Bernie Sanders did that. People who liked Bernie were proud to like Bernie in a way that people who liked Hillary were not proud to like Hillary for. You know what I mean? Like, there were people who liked Hillary, but the kind of support you saw, nothing even close in terms of like the direct and the energetic and the so on, you know? No one was proud of Hillary. People might have supported Hillary, but pride for Hillary, that's an embarrassing position. I wanted Hillary to win over Trump. Was I ever proud for a moment to want that? No, it was just like a utilitarian calculus kind of thing. Had Bernie won over Trump, I would have been proud for the rest of my life to have supported that. For the rest of my life, I would have been insufferable about it. You give people something to believe in, and they'll talk about it forever. And that's the free energy. This article is getting reported by all right publications trying to claim it's being slammed. Look up New York Magazine, go to News Tab and Google. Oh, I know a lot of people are very mad about this article because it's kind of like pointing a mirror or like directing a mirror towards the sociopathy of this particular group of people. You know, what are you going to do about it? Anyway. You get the gist of it, I suppose. I do really recommend you guys take a read of it, though. I really do. This reminds me of the show Succession. I keep hearing that from people who have watched Succession. Trying to see if there's a particularly funny paragraph here that I can scan. Yeah, that'll do it. Just minutes away, a more familiar scene of MAGA commoners was unfolding at the All-American inaugural ball. Hosted in the dusty, carpeted basement of a Hyatt Regency, this gathering had drawn the crowd of Trump supporters who still get their news from Facebook, who had traveled a long way and paid a lot of money to get to the inauguration. Admission was $850 per ticket on Eventbrite. Here there was a sequined American flag garb, goatees, and selfie sticks. "I'm on the Trump train," a hairdresser from Florida squealed to me. "Chugga chugga choo choo." That's true. I agree. That's a different party. Look, the God's honest truth, and a lot of people don't like to hear this, they don't like to accept this because they hate me. Like Jesus Christ, he tells the truth, they hate him for it. A good political movement encompasses good and bad people, altruistic, sociopathic, whatever. It puts forward a message that is so all-encompassing, so unifying, that even people of poor political and moral disposition fall within it and get united into it. Not as in we kowtow to the sociopaths or the freaks or the evil people, but they get pulled to us. A lot of selfish, mean-spirited people liked Bernie Sanders. And that's not an attack on Bernie Sanders. It's an endorsement of the fact that despite his ideology being strictly humanitarian, you know, well-intended, you know, social democracy, he was appealing enough that a lot of people were able to follow him just because it was cool to. And unfortunately, you're gonna need that if you want to win. It's how Trump's won. We're well past the age of people making, you know, political decisions based on who the newsman tells them is the best possible, you know, choice. We need to embrace a broader mandate. And in a good world, a leftist candidate will have a bunch of Nepo baby sociopaths drinking champagne, spilling it over their shirt, and talking about how cool it is that candidate is winning. It happened with FDR. It happened a lot with FDR. It happened with Obama, too, to an extent. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. And I don't even like Obama, but he was popular enough that there were absolutely a lot of, you know, castes of people who were in that ballpark who acted that way. But Obama's not cool anymore, at least not to enough people for him to win elections. Well, maybe he could win again. He wouldn't solve the problem. He wouldn't solve the problem. He's just another one of them. You know, he's another one. He's another dickless Democrat, you know, institutionalist. The rhetoric only carries so far. Also, he can't run again. Well, yeah, I know. I'm talking like popularity-wise. Does everyone understand what I'm talking about here? When these sociopaths are like, you know, I just want to be able to say retard. That's not really what it's about. Part of it is about wanting to fit in. It's also just a fun word to say, admittedly. But a lot of it is just about latching onto adjacent cultural and social signifiers that are speaking to the real thing that they want, which is a feeling of in-group belonging, a desire to appeal to the people around them, and a movement that they feel gives them permission, enthusiasm, you know, gives them like a mandate to live a fun and enthusiastic life. You get that? That's what I take from this article. In a good world, a lot of the people like in there, they would be pro Bernie. And you know what? Because if Bernie had won, if it was like a Bernie rally, if this was like a Bernie Nepo baby sociopath get together, you know what? They wouldn't be talking about how their university is 75% women and 23% trannies, or how they want to say retard or whatever. They wouldn't be saying any of that. You know why? Because the social conditions of the group they're trying to fit in with would have changed. Now they'd be talking about different stuff. Maybe they'd still be abrasive and rude or what have you. Maybe they'd still be, you know, a lot of them would still be kind of bad people, but that wouldn't be their signifier to what they could engage in order to feel cool, to feel like they're fitting in, you know? The Patrick Bateman camo would shift. Patrick Bateman would go from being racist to cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks. Okay? You get me? How do you make Patrick Bateman, you know, progressive or reactionary? You change which group of people he's talking to. You change the environment in which he's in. All right. Also, if you're watching this right now and you haven't liked the stream, I do take that as a personal insult. Like the stream, it actually helps. It really does. I know it's trite. Ooh, YouTuber stuff. I know. Like the stream, like the stream. I bet he's going to make us subscribe soon. Well, yeah, I'd like it if you did. But when you like the stream, it makes the stream more visible to new people. New people come in and they're like, oh my God, is that a samurai 14 ounce per square yard shirt? And then I go, yes, it is. What a beautiful eye you have. Hit the like button. What are you doing with your right hand anyway? Take it off your dick. Come on, put it on the mouse, hit the like button. Ring the bell. Give me $500. Do it. Well, you don't have to, but you should hit the like button. Oh, thank you. Nearly forgot. Caught your ass. Caught your ass. Unrelated to federal nightmares or Trump, but Dylan Burns had a pretty devastating house fire. What the fuck? Dylan Burns had a damn house fire? Luckily, the roof didn't cave. You could see the house burn for miles. I know because people were coming off the highway to check out the smoke. Lost my cat, Rascal. Oh my God. He had since he was 7. Jesus Christ, that's awful. Poor dude has been through so much already. No kidding. Jesus Christ. Is there a GoFundMe? I don't see it linked. Let me see. He might have one later. That tweet's only from an hour ago, so he might, like, post one later. If so, I'll talk about it next stream. Damn. Man, that's grim. Right. So, anyway. Senior U.S. officials informed Israel that Trump wants to withdraw the thousands of American soldiers currently in Syria. Israeli public broadcaster Can reports. Yeah, this one's probably been coming for a while now. I have a different article on this. That's not an article, that's a tweet. Actually, potentially extremely bad. Turkey is going to invade. Turkey is so ready. Yeah. Let me see if I can find an article that's not in Hebrew. AA.com. Wait, hold on. Is .tr Turkey's web domain? AA.com.tr, that's Turkey's web domain. I Googled withdraw from Syria, and the first article on the subject that came up was from Turkey. The English site for Turkey. Oh my God, they're ready. Every fucking Turkish institution got their finger over the F5. Oh boy. That's Turkey state media. They are ready. I'm an idiot. What's going to happen? The areas that are controlled by Rojava will probably be invaded by Turkey. Let me bring up the live UA map. Rojava is already fighting off an offensive from the Turkish proxy group, the SNA, and has been kicking the shit out of them. They're even blowing up Turkish artillery. Well, that's based. That's the closest thing we have to good news is the fact that the average Rojavan fighter is probably significantly more competent than the average SNA fighter. Oh, well, that is a missile being fired. That is definitely true. Overnight Turkish artillery strikes on Zirgan killed 3 civilians, including 1 child. 8 civilians have been wounded. Oh, they're so ready for it. We've covered this before. Hot take, Israel should deploy to Rojava to help defend from Turkey. Why the fuck would they do that? Which color is good? Yellow is good. Closest we're getting to a nuanced analysis. Israel and Turkey are adversaries. I mean, not the way that, like, Israel, Turkey are both with Rojava. Green is eh. Green is the Revolutionary Liberatory Force. Thank you very much. Okay. Al-Nusra, or formerly Al-Nusra. FSA. You think there's anything behind the amount of invasions and military conflicts that are going on? Yeah, more money to the MIC globally. Hell yeah. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, for those of you who aren't in the know, because you don't pay attention, which is crazy because this was a pretty big deal, after being ruled by the Assad regime for, like, I don't know, let's say 1,000 years, Syria got reconquered by the FSA in like 1 day. It was pretty wild. They liberated Syria in conjunction with the Kurds over here in yellow, and now it's a free Syria. Then Israel immediately extended their holding in the Golan Heights and invaded further out, taking control of this mountainous region right here, which they've been using as a forward base to shell military outposts held by the FSA here. Even though the FSA and Israel are not nominally enemies with each other, Israel, you know how they are. Ruben, I know it's spooky. You can't be yelling. I've got a stream to do. There are people watching. I know you want to eat the geckos. You can't. They're also pets. They've been destroying the military capabilities of the FSA and the holdings of the previous regime, of Assad's regime. Assad was probably like the least popular dictatorial leader I've ever seen because nobody liked him after he left. Like, he was literally only there because Russia propped him up. When Assad fled to Russia, nobody in Syria is like, no, come back, our leader. No one gives a fuck, you know? HTS? You mean HTS? Yeah, HTS. Did I say FSA? Sorry, HTS. Assad still controlling 1 dot along the coast. Yeah, this is a Russian-held base. Right here. So anyway, they liberated Syria, which is great. Israel says they're going to be staying at Mount Hermon indefinitely, a move surprising no one. Yerp. Western media totally covered for them doing this. Basically, every Western media outlet was saying shit like, Israel expands its holding into the territory adjacent to the Golan Heights. They invaded Syria. Like, that's the term for it. The Golan Heights are already, like, illegally held territory, and they just expanded it. Anyway. So the problem is that Rojava over here is controlled by Kurds, and a lot of people fucking hate Kurds because they're based in Red Pilled. The Kurds are a minority ethnic group in a bunch of adjacent countries. They're a minority ethnic group in Iraq that was tormented by Saddam Hussein. They are a minority ethnic group in Iran that is currently tormented by the Ayatollah, the Iranian regime. And they are a minority group in Turkey that is tormented by Erdogan, their government. So they're a minority in all these countries. Kurdistan right here, like, this is where Kurdistan should be, more or less, okay? I'm not going to get into the particulars. I'm not going to draw it out with a red pen. More or less this area. There's a lot of Kurds. They deserve their freedom. And Turkey really doesn't want them to have their freedom. So Turkey's been fighting with Rojava for quite a while. Ruben's up to something. He's up to some shit. They hate them because they're based in Red Pilled? They do hate them because they're based in Red Pilled. I heard Kurds and Turks are natural enemies. There's no such thing as natural enemies. It is geopolitically advantageous and domestically advantageous for these countries to have a minority group to oppress. Dictators love having minority groups to oppress because you can use them to scapegoat problems. You can use crackdowns on them to reinvigorate public support. It's a classic strategy. We've been doing it for millennia. We've been doing it forever and ever and ever. Anyway, for the longest time, the United States has had troops here. A few places in here, in Rojava's territory. Rojava is an ally to the United States. The reason that we're in here is because we're protecting some territory, using them as like a forward military base, and we fought ISIS with them. We were very good at fighting ISIS with them. Very, very good. But now that ISIS is pretty much suppressed, we have military bases here that basically exist just to keep Turkey from invading. And that's it. That's the story. So Turkey's going to take all the yellow? Oh, I don't know exactly. Turkey could take all the yellow. They could go in and exterminate a bunch of Kurds and let, you know, the other Syrian ethnic groups fill the space. They could, there's a lot of stuff they could do potentially, you know? Not good. Why is Turkey in NATO? We put missiles in there. They probably shouldn't be a part of NATO. The whole Cold War thing. Also, strategically valuable asset, blah, blah, blah. This got announced before Trump pulled troops out, plus the fact that they're not funding ISIS prisons. No, they are funding them again. The funding is returned there. Leads me to believe there's a non-zero chance Israel is hoping ISIS will return to justify invading Syria. Oh, they'd love it if ISIS came back, for sure. They'd love that shit. Is the timing related to Trump? I mean, yeah, Trump is the one suggesting we pull troops out of Syria. So I'd say that's pretty related to Trump, probably. Rojava's teaming up with other minority groups in Syria, like the Druze, to get a better position in the negotiations with HTS, because HTS is trying to force the SDF to disarm and isn't allowing a decentralized government system. Oh, it's a whole thing. Oi, oi. It's a whole damn thing. We'll see what ends up happening. Apparently, the National Guard has appointed a new secret official to coordinate Trump's new mass deployment of troops to the southwest border. Charlie Kirk? I love secret leaders of domestically deployed military. Look, we'll get to that in a second, okay? One thing at a time. Stop with the links. Shush. Too much is going on. Yeah, we're in for a busy season. Like and subscribe. Thanks. Man. Man, oh, man. Yeah, I don't know how Rojava is supposed to survive this one, guys. The SDF is competent, but Turkey is Turkey. You know, Turkey has a very, very large military. Do you think this will be the best year for you content-wise? I know this. I remember seeing John Oliver do a bit on this, and I just kind of have to repeat it. I need you guys to understand I'm also a citizen, both of this country and of the world, and that I could make my money doing sex jokes or playing Elden Ring Nightfall or whatever. Night Rain, whatever it's called. Just I need you guys to understand that, like, it's a little bit of a peevish thing to ask, okay? They could be building the camps and you guys would be like, man, you're going to get so many views in this video. And I'm like, yeah, maybe. I really wish they wouldn't, though. in my like personal opinion. I could get a bunch of views by hitting my hand with a hammer on stream. People would be like, "Wow, that's novel." Oh. Yeah, but watching some of the content from this administration is basically hitting your head on stream. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so the National Guard appointed a new senior official to coordinate units with Trump's border surge, but the Guard will not disclose who that is. Am I wrong at this, but is that not, like, insane? Is that not completely insane? Citing unspecific safety concerns. What do you mean? Texas does this a lot. Is that true? Secret National Guard. Pardon my, like, genuinely, I am asking. Does that happen often? Why would any National Guard detachment need to appoint secret senior officials? Like that, I don't understand what, like they think the cartel's gonna go after them or something? That's ridiculous. It's semi-common? Okay. Name one sane thing this administration has done, though. It's not a competition. And also, don't allow yourself to be numbed by it, okay? That's exactly what they want to happen. The docket is infinite today. It's just an infinite number of things we have to cover. Oh yeah, I saw this. Do you think we could engage in a little bit of content stealing? What's up, Mr. Green? How you doing? Really staring me down with this one. This is not normal.
Good morning, Hank. It's Tuesday. I need a bit of encouragement at the moment, so let me tell you the most encouraging fact I know.
Oh, hold on. He needs encouragement. I get enough of that with you guys.
So I graduated from high school in 1995, before most of our viewers were born. That is not the encouraging fact. That's actually quite distressing. But anyway, in 1995, over 11 million children died before the age of 5. Last year, fewer than 5 million children died before the age of 5. Since I graduated from high school, overall global child mortality has fallen by well over 50%. Now, it's still far too high. We could reduce it by another 50% with existing technology if we really wanted to. That's actually one of the most discouraging facts I know, is that we could choose to live in a much better world than we're currently choosing, but this is not about being discouraged. Anyway, this progress, which I will argue was not natural or normal or inevitable, represents, I think, the greatest success in human history. We can also understand this as the likelihood of a child dying. In 1800, in the United States, about 46% of all people born died before the age of 5. That's similar to what the rate had been 500 or 5,000 or 50.
We're bearing the lead for a while here. I don't have anything to say about this yet.
1,000 years earlier. 40 years later, by 1840, it had only gone down to 43%. Extremely slow progress. Progress continued throughout the 19th century, albeit slowly thanks to better sanitation, emerging understanding of the germ theory of disease, and so on. But then, in the 20th century, things changed dramatically. In the 40 years between 1920 and 1960, your chances of dying under the age of 5 went from 18% to 3%. And a lot of things had to go right for that to happen. Better pharmaceutical interventions like insulin and antibiotics, safer surgery, lower rates of absolute poverty and malnutrition, lower rates of tuberculosis.
Is this video about how you can't take progress for granted and you have to actively defend it because, you know, there are a lot of good things that have happened that we've forgotten about the benefits of? And because we stop, you know, proselytizing those benefits, people no longer think they're valuable. This reminds me of the take that I've been having lately, that you have to be really, really aggressive and active about the things you do like and do care about. because if you don't defend them, you know, the people who want to take them away will be loud, you know?
And so on. But whether we're talking about the US or globally, none of this happened naturally. It is not natural for the world population to become less hungry or less sick. Our species is around 300,000 years old, and for way over 99% of that time, no meaningful progress was made when it comes to child mortality. None. About 120 billion modern humans have ever lived, and most never saw the age of 20. If you are born in the United States now, you have a 99.1% chance of living to the age of 20. After 300,000 years of not being able to get half of people to adulthood, we now know how to get 99% of people there. Now, there's nothing simple about how we reduce child mortality by more than half since I graduated from high school. Some of it is because absolute poverty declined dramatically. In 1995, about 36% of people lived in absolute poverty. Today, about 10% do. And that means people overall are less hungry, which decreases direct deaths from malnutrition, but also decreases the deaths that come from the weakened immune system that accompanies malnutrition. Also, safer circumstances in which to give birth have decreased both maternal and infant mortality. Some small part of the story can be attributed to nonprofit organizations that fund stronger healthcare systems. But one of the central reasons—
Wait, get it, bro? What's the point? His main point comes at the end. Well, the end is a bad place to put the main point from like a React perspective, you know?
We've seen child mortality go down so much since 1995 is government-funded interventions, including those funded— No, it's not guaranteed, because which makes the infection much more likely to be fatal, but also means there's more—
Does any of this matter when climate change will reverse 99% of these advancements? Yes, you actual retard. What are you talking about? If someone came and hit you with a baseball bat, like, oh, in 20 years, the sea levels will be 5 centimeters high. Fucking moron. Stupid shit.
Drug-resistant tuberculosis circulating. That's a threat to everyone, because again, this progress we've had is not inevitable.
Yeah, there's not much to talk about here. It's just right. Sorry, I thought this would be about like another point. Obviously, you have to work to make things better. But the problem is that, like, and this is the thing that I think, and I think, obviously, like, everyone likes Sean Green. I'm not speaking against that at all. But I think the thing that people have difficulty with, like, it's very easy to stand up and to go, like, I think good things are good. It's hard to stand up and say, I have an effective strategy for the promotion of good things. You know? Everything is getting worse right now, really, really, really quickly, and liberals need to understand why that's the case. And it's not just people getting mean, and it's not just— because a lot of them just throw their hands up in the air, and they're like, you know, oh, okay, well, I guess people just like Trump because people are mean, America sucks, or whatever. But it's a failure of analysis. People need to have a good understanding of why these things are happening in order to prevent it. Good things are good. Many people are saying this. I'm saying this. No one listens to me. Speaking of TB, tuberculosis outbreak in Kansas. The largest ever reported outbreak of tuberculosis in the United States. I didn't realize it was that, I didn't realize it was that much. Well, how many? So far, 67 active tuberculosis infections have been reported in the Kansas City area as of January 24th. An additional 79 people in the metro area have been reported to have latent infection of tuberculosis since 2024. That's great. Let's see. So more active cases rather than latent cases. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. So I assume this is just because of anti-vaxxers? Yep. Nationally, cases of tuberculosis have been on the rise since the COVID-19 pandemic, according to the CDC, with the number of reported cases increasing each year from 2020 to 2023. Prior to the pandemic, the number of TB cases had declined nearly every year since 1992. Wow. Okay. Well, that's cool. Well, so I assume Americans aren't vaccinated against tuberculosis. This is not anti-vax. Well, then why would it be on the rise after COVID-19? If anything, you'd think COVID-19 would reduce the rates just because people aren't spreading anything as much anymore. The same way that, like, incidence rates of the cold went down. If it's not a vaccine thing, what would lead to the increase now? COVID weakens the immune system, I imagine. Ah, that's a good explanation. That makes sense. People with more long-term, immune issues. It's a bacterial infection, no? What am I, a fucking doctor? Well, I doubt this is going to become a new pandemic. You know, we're still kind of waiting on that H5N1 thing to pop off, aren't we? That's the one I've got my money riding on. Catch me out here in the poly market, dumping a third of my life savings into, actuarial tables. A court blocked the aid freeze. Thank you. Breaking federal judge blocks the funding freeze. I know. I just... you guys. Federal judge temporarily blocks Donald Trump's federal funding freeze. Well, I'm glad at least one federal judge thought it was illegal to do the obviously illegal thing. Brief administrative stay to preserve the status quo for at least a few days while further litigation plays out. Which judge? U.S. District Judge Lauren L. Alikhan. Uh-oh. That's a foreigner name. They're not going to like this one, folks. Blocked the action Tuesday afternoon, minutes before it was set to go into effect. The administrative stay pauses the freeze until Monday. Wait, what do you mean minutes before it was set to go into effect? It went into effect 3 p.m. ET, which is 2 hours, 6 minutes ago. This block only just happened. Whatever. It was supposed to go in at 5 EST, not 3. I saw 3 EST, though. Okay, 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 all right, well, whatever. It's all, that's the whole point. You throw this out quickly, you spam that shit, and no one knows what the fuck is going on. That's the whole point. Like, that's the reason why things are conducted in this way. You know? You're deliberately trying to scattershot. She was appointed by Biden. Woke! Well, I guess that invalidates the video that I have my editors put out immediately. Hey, that's the Trump administration for you. Everything coming out real quick. I want to see, like, immediate coverage of this. Hold on. Don't let it all get folded into, like, this is just another story. This is insane. It only pauses some part of it. Well, I'd like some details, if I may. Any videos out on this? Watch live. Arizona Attorney General announces lawsuit to stop federal spending freeze. Okay, we've got lawsuits. We've got hold orders. How do I even find something coming out this quickly? Federal judge blocks spending freeze. It's going to be every day like this. All my hair is going to go white. Ugh. You gonna sweat a lot? Well, that's probably good. Get the heart rate up. Yeah, there are no videos out in it presently. It just happened too recently. This is about the freeze itself, not the freeze and the freeze.
Including foreign aid, non-governmental organizations, DEI, woke gender ideology, and the Green New Deal. The memo says Social Security and Medicare will not be affected, and neither would payments directly from the government to individuals. But many Americans get federal funds on everything from loans to food aid to farm assistance indirectly, and it's unclear if those programs would be affected. The order says it's targeting the parts of the government that will be changed by President Trump's.
It's meant to be vague so you don't have anything specific to target. Like all rules made by fascists, you know? A deliberately vague, difficult to interpret, you know, broad set of policies so that you can, you know, they're difficult to attack directly. You can selectively interpret them how you want to go after the people you want to go after. The order only applies to the pause of disbursements in open grants. I don't know enough about the proceduralism in order to parse out what exactly is affected, but that's the point. It's not a specific set of lists. Does this include WIC? I think it does include WIC, right? Doesn't it? I think WIC would, like, based on our understanding of what this freeze applies to, it would apply to WIC. I use WIC too. God damn it, I want more information on this.
Recent executive actions that could include everything from some efforts to lower prescription drug costs to clean energy jobs and programs. Congressional Democrats overnight saying the president's actions, quote, put the financial...
It's a very Californian speaker, huh?
Security of our families, our national security, and the success of our country at risk. The Trump administration argues the government needs to align with, quote, the will of the American people as expressed through presidential priorities.
Love to hear my person who wins on an incredibly thin margin to talk about the will of the people. I haven't heard that one before.
We got rid of the woke. We got rid of the woke crap.
It's part of a series of recent actions from President Trump, including executive orders on the military yesterday, focused on rolling back diversity, equity, and inclusion, and recognitions of transgender service members. And he said building an Iron Dome-style missile defense system around the country.
We protect other countries, but we don't protect ourselves.
$5 trillion more to Lockheed Martin. Thank you.
Peter, back to this freezing of federal aid. Yeah. Does this move face potential legal hurdles?
I think it's certain that it'll be contested, but many budget experts say that the president is generally allowed to...
$50 trillion with how expensive the Iron Dome is. You could never build an Iron Dome around the United States of America. The Iron Dome is only meant to catch, like, small rockets fired in. No one's firing small rockets into the United States. Also, Israel is, like, tiny compared to the United States. It's absolutely insane. Makes no sense whatsoever. It's just a way of giving them money. Like, who fucking cares? Reagan tried to. That was a different thing. Holy shit, the CDC was ordered to immediately leave the WHO instead of leaving at the deadline next year. What? Okay. So they were given a deadline to leave the WHO within a year. And then they're like, actually, no, you get no time at all. All right. Okay. Does this make my eggs cheaper? Scientists haven't figured it out yet. Did you enjoy the last once-in-a-lifetime pandemic? Refill your popcorn, folks. You're going to love what comes next. U.S. public health officials have been told to stop working with the WHO, effective immediately. A U.S. CDC official, John Nkangsong, right? Nkangasong, sent a memo to senior leaders at the agency on Sunday night telling them that all agency staff who work with the WHO must immediately stop their collaborations and, quote, await further guidance. Experts say the sudden stoppage was a surprise and would set back work on investigating and trying to stop outbreaks of Marburg virus and Mpox in Africa, as well as brewing threats from around the world. It also comes as health authorities around the world are monitoring bird flu outbreaks among U.S. livestock. Associated Press viewed a copy of the memo. All CDC staff, in person or in virtual. It also says CDC staff are not allowed to visit WHO offices. Just full on like disconnect. Not even like a spending ban, but like a communications ban as well. But like, why? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not sure how well I can spin this one into an oligarch narrative. I think this one might just be sheer retardation. Like this might be one of those, like, it's just, yeah, it like extremely irrational isolationism. That's why I'm a postmodernist, okay? The Marxist analysis here fails. Sometimes they're just evil. Sometimes they're just evil and stupid. People thought there would be a slow withdrawal. This has really caught everyone with their pants down. I bet, because you're working on sexually transmitted infections. Man, they don't even have RFK Jr. in there yet. Pretty sure this is just Trump's spite over the WHO making his statements look bad. Yeah, genuinely. This might, yeah, this might not be like a rational, you know. I mean, fascism is irrational. It's just like a matter of the extent to which it's being done for the benefit of the oligarchs and to which it's being done kind of for its own sake, you know? A masterclass by Xi Jinping. True! Yet another victory. The man mandated by the heavens. Can you believe it? I don't even understand, like, what we're... Like, is there a complete freeze on this? Like, it's I don't even understand what the CDC is going to be doing. Like, are they just going to give RFK Jr. a bunch of, like, podiatrist or pediatrician, like, waiting room, you know, toys or whatever? Like blocks that you slide around on a little wire to make different shapes or orders of the blocks or something? Like what is he doing once he takes hold? What's the end game? Herbs and oils? Yeah, they've already shut down fucking cancer research. Replacing U.S. expertise to the WHO. Look, if you're the rest of the world, I feel bad for you. I'm sorry that you're losing the money and talent that America provided the WHO. I'm worried about me right now, okay? We're... Well, at least your elected officials believe in vaccines, okay? We're out up the creek here. I am feeling a bit America first right now. You've got me on that one. Want to watch Tim Walz call them clowns? No, not really. It'll just make me sad. I can't believe they muzzled my man. It's fucked up. You tired of winning yet? I'm tired of winning, please. Trump signs executive order aimed at curtailing gender transitions for kids. There it is. Can't believe it took him over a week to get to it. I'm going to be using the apnews.com/live quite a bit in the coming years, I feel. 8 whole days. Trump signs executive order aimed at curtailing gender transitions for everyone under age 19. Not 18? Okay. Whatever. Can I get, like, the text of that bill, perhaps? Is that allowed? It's not yet on the website, but has been released via press release. They don't even have it on the White House website. Aaron going over it here. No. I see the Aaron in the morning post. Here we go. Not on the website, but it's released via press release. Section 1, policy and purpose calls transgender care maiming and states that children will, quote, soon regret being trans. Detransition is, this is Aaron speaking. Detransition is rare, 1 to 4% in most studies, and regret even lower. It intends to use withholding of funds and interpretation of laws to target trans youth nationwide. Section 2, definition includes people who are legal adults, 18 years of age, sets the attempts at a ban at those under the age of 19. It also says the federal government will call gender-affirming care chemical and surgical mutilation. Section 3, this section rescinds policies that rely on WPATH guidance. This section has no age limit, so this could apply to adults and have a big impact on adult care nationwide. It also tells the HHS secretary to publish a junk science review that will call trans people, quote, identity confused. So a lot of them think they're cats and dogs, you know? Can't fault them on that analysis. Section 4. This section tells every agency that provides research grants, including to med schools, that it will no longer be able to receive federal funds if it provides trans youth care. Typically, you would need Congress to do this. This would end most trans youth care done at top-tier hospitals. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oof. This will fuck over international trans care. Oh, well, you can always go to Thailand, I suppose. Is this making my eggs cheaper? Section 5. This section tells Health and Human Services to take regulatory actions, which could include, Medicaid blocking, clinical abuse laws, drug use reviews, quality, safety, and oversight powers, essential health benefits requirements, i.e. removing them. And now I'm waiting on her to post the next screenshot here. White House dropped the EO. I'll keep following through it with Aaron Reed. You know, I like her more than I like the current White House administration. You know? This is one of the issues where Dems are actually a lot better than Republicans. Yes, but don't forget that Democrats in an, either ill-fated or malicious attempt to win over, Trump disliking Republicans basically stopped talking about trans people throughout the Biden administration. Spineless motherfuckers. But yes, they are obviously better than Republicans on this issue. Wait, did Snap get frozen? Man is on 7 crises behind. White House confirms Medicaid is down. I thought it came back up. Whatever, one thing at a time. Too many crises. That's kind of the point. Section 6, this section says that TRICARE will no longer cover gender-affirming care for youth. I believe this was already the case from the recent law passed through the NDAA. Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, I'm not that patient a man. I do have the publication here. Section 7, requirements for insurance carriers. The director of the Office of Personnel Management, as appropriate and consistent with applicable law, shall include provisions in the FEHB and Postal Service health benefits that specify electrical care as well, exclude coverage for pediatric transgender surgeries or hormone treatments, and negotiate to obtain appropriate corresponding reductions in FEHB and PSHB premiums. Okay, so just going after these like specific types of government insurance to make sure they don't cover pediatric trans care as well. Section 8, directives to the DOJ. Ooh, here's the spicy part. The Attorney General, that's Pam Bondi, or will be, shall, she got through, right? She Attorney General yet? They approved her, right? No, they haven't. She's still the nominee. Okay, they'll get her in. Review DOJ enforcement of Section 116, Title 18, U.S. Code, and prioritize enforcement of protection against female genital mutilation. Convene states, attorneys general, and other law enforcement officers to coordinate the enforcement of laws against female genital mutilation across all American states and territories. Prioritize investigations and take appropriate action to end deception of consumers, fraud, and violation of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act by any entity that may be misleading the public about long-term side effects of chemical and surgical mutilation. In consultation with the Congress, work to draft, propose, and promote legislation to enact the private right of action for children and the parents of children whose healthy body parts have been damaged by medical professionals practicing chemical and surgical mutilation, which should include a lengthy statute of limitations, and prioritize investigations and take appropriate action to end child abuse practices by so-called sanctuary states that facilitate stripping of custody from their parents who support the healthy development of their own children, including by considering the application of the Parental Kidnapping Prevention Act and recognize constitutional rights. Okay, so this means that the DOJ is going to be taking effort to prosecute people who provide trans-affirming care for youth, is going to set aside policy and open up the doors for lawsuits against doctors who provide pediatric trans care on the grounds of surgical malpractice with an especially long statute of limitation, and prevent trans youth from being given to one parent over the other in like child custody cases on the grounds that one of those parents is not affirming of their trans identity, but the other one is. So for example, if your parents are split and the court's deciding who to send you to, and one parent is saying, well, no, you're my kid and you're not trans, you're mentally ill, whatever, and the other parent's affirming, that can no longer be used as grounds to argue that you should be in the care of the person who, of the parent who affirms your identity. Section 9, enforcing adequate progress. Within 60 days of the date of this order, the head of agencies with responsibilities under this order shall submit a single combined report to the Assistant to the President for Domestic Policy, detailing progress in implementing this order and a timeline for future action. The Assistant to the President for Domestic Policy shall regularly convene the heads of agencies with responsibilities under this order to coordinate and prepare for this submission. Okay, so they're just setting a timeline here. Section 10, severability. If any provision of this order or the application of any provision to any person or circumstances is held to be invalid, the remainder of this order and any application of it or its other provisions shall not be affected thereby. Oh, I like this one. This one's saying, hey, we're just throwing out a bunch of like EOs here. If the courts take down any part of this, that doesn't prevent the other parts of it from being enforced. Like, actually, this is a multi-headed hydra, you know? You will need to challenge every individual section of this executive order in order to stop the whole thing. You can't freeze the whole thing. Section 11, General Provisions. A, nothing in this order shall be construed to impair or otherwise affect the authority granted by law to an executive department or agency or the head thereof, or the functions of the director of the Office of Management and Budget relating to budgetary, administrative, or legislative proposals. This order shall be implemented consistent with applicable law and subject to the availability of appropriations. This order is not intended to and does not create any right or benefit, substantive or procedural, enforceable at law or in equity by any party against the United States, its departments, agency, entities, officers, blah, 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 blah. Okay. This is procedural stuff right here. So, yeah, that pretty much describes the gist of it. Yeah, the last part is like standard legal boilerplate shit. Does Trump write these himself? No. He does sign them, though. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, that just happened. I imagine Erin Reed is caught up in quite a bit of it. Let me see if there's anything that she adds to the analysis that I did not pick up on. Ban trans youth care for federal employees. Yeah, went over that. Okay, yeah, it seems that I picked up on the necessary points here. So this is only for female to male? No. Why would this only be trans women? Female to male is trans men. Nuts. So when are they getting rid of circumcision to be consistent? I wouldn't hold your breath. Yeah, so that's pretty bad. That's about as bad as it gets, to be honest with you. This is going to be held up in court, but I don't know if it's going to make much of a difference because there's going to be a chilling effect on the implementation of this, of any pediatric trans care, because no doctor is going to want to open themselves up to getting sued. Like, even if the executive order gets challenged in court, it doesn't change the fact that what doctor or hospital is going to open themselves up to the legal risk. It's not just a matter of whether they'd be sued for the procedure. It's a matter of whether or not they're opening themselves up to a lawsuit for surgical malpractice years from now, potentially, you know? And that's not just for the youth either. A lot of this applies to everyone, all trans healthcare. Wait, would that be in the whole country? It is an executive order from the office of the president. You know, that's federal. Yeah. It's about the implications. It's not even about the implications. It's just like straightforwardly the effect of what this will do. Pretty, you know. Am I understanding correctly that even sanctuary states are fucked here? Yes. Yeah, well, it would apply to them, you know, depending on how this all gets implemented, but yes. I don't like this administration. Are the eggs cheap yet? Washington State will sue. Yeah, all the transgenders are here. It's not, it doesn't even matter if they sue though. Like the chilling effect, like whether or not they sue, it won't, it doesn't change the fact that no doctor, no hospital is going to want to provide these procedures or guidance. The president isn't allowed to create their own legislation without Congress. He doesn't need to. He's directing the attorney general to go after people who do this by redefining existing laws and threatening to withhold funding. It's not a matter of, like, again, it's unitary executive theory. The idea is that if you break everything the right way, the president gets to do everything he wants. Could states refuse to enforce the laws? Listen to what I'm saying. It's about federal funding, disbursement of federal funding. Insurance follows federal guidelines in a lot of cases, and the attorney general redefining the interpretation of existing laws, going after hospitals and doctors that do this. You know, whatever happened to that anti-sodomy Texas AG? Still there. Ken Paxton, you mean? The president's not allowed to do this, needs to leave everyone's mouth real quick. Well, it is important to keep reminding people. I'm just saying that, like, this is being done in such a way as to avoid creating new laws. Because, of course, the president is, at least nominally, not given the ability to make new laws. Stay moisturized, people. When stress has you feeling dry. All right. Thanks for reminding me, Vosh. Of course. All right. Pretty bad, guys. Pretty bad. This just happened. Do we have any news coverage of this, like in a video level? Any at all? Even a teensy tiny bit? A smidge? An iota? I don't know. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'm a public figure. I should be giving, like, advice. I should be saying stuff. Let me think. Pretty bad, guys. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. We don't really know what holes are going to get carved out in this, like to what extent the judges are going to be able to push back against it, like what in practice is going to be possible. Listen, all I have to say is this. Literally all I have to say is this, okay? Never, ever, ever, ever look up or learn anything about DIY HRT. Just don't, never do it. You know, probably going to be in a fuzzy legal zone for a while. We don't know what they're going to do with that. Never do it. Could be terrible. I've heard terrible things, okay? Even though the state, sorry, not the state, the state, I suppose. Even though the state is doing what they can to make this impossible, they can't make it illegal for you to talk to your doctors or clinicians. I promise you that especially now, there will be people around who can provide guidance. Maybe they're medical experts. Maybe they work with NGOs, you know? Maybe they're in advocacy groups. Whatever, you know? Local guidance will always be something you can seek out, right? We're not on Gestapo shit just yet with regard to that. Also, you know what? Get into fashion. I'm not kidding. I genuinely, I'm going to lay this one down with a heavy hand, and I mean it, you know? See a lot of people in my community, a lot of people broadly. I see this as like a cultural thing. Most people dress like shit. You think you're transgender or whatever, and then you're still dressing like ass. You feel like shit. You don't know how to affirm your feelings of your identity through your clothing. They can't make that. Well, they can make that illegal, actually. They have made cross-dressing illegal, both historically and contemporarily. But you know what? Until they arrest you for it, you can try to learn to express yourself. Okay? And I don't just mean with the fucking hoodie. Wear big pants. I gotta send that one off to the editor factory. Just a second. Yeah, off to the sweatshop. All right. Hmm. Yeah, not even any video coverage of it yet. We'll take a look at it later, I suppose. You hear about the Oklahoma Senate trying to ban porn. It's Oklahoma. My feelings towards Oklahoma are like kind of I get it's like hearing about Uzbekistan or whatever. I don't. My heart goes out to the fine and noble people of Oklahoma and the hardship that you have suffered. I don't know much about your people. I know that you are in many respects behind us, but I know that in spite of that, many of you have a strong spirit. Good luck. I'm not. You have a very noble, savage view of Oklahomans. That's true. That's true. Trump offering buyouts to all federal workers. Okay. Offering to pay federal workers who don't want to return to the office through September 30th as long as they resign by February 6th. They're going to pay them through to near the end of the year? What does it mean? It's the administration's way of buying out federal workers by effectively weeding out people who don't want to be part of the new loyalist administration. Like, basically, if the Trump administration just goes office to office and says, hey, do you seek Heil Donald Trump? A bunch of people are going to lie and say, yeah, I love seek Heiling Donald Trump or whatever. But if they do this instead, and they're like, okay, so let's see how much you like working for this administration. You can get like 9 months free pay if you don't want to come back. How about that? Yeah, you're firing people in a way that won't get challenged for wrongful termination. You're firing people in a way that encourages them to take the money and run if they really don't want to work with this administration. It's pretty smart. That's a pretty good way of handling it. Holy shit, immediately. Pete Hegseth immediately pulling retired General Mark Milley's personal security detail and security clearance panel to consider demotion and retirement. Jesus Christ. A second portrait of Milley to be removed from the Pentagon, Trump administration officials say. Oh, boy. Oh, man. They're gonna kill him. They're gonna fucking get his ass. Oh, God. Wisconsin Republicans are asking a liberal judge to not show up for a case to overrule a union law passed in 2011. Please step aside in a pending case that seeks to overturn a 2011 law that effectively ended collective bargaining for most state workers. Well, that's overt. Why do they hate Mark Milley? He's woke. More specifically, he actually is kind of progressive. He commanded a lot of authority at the Pentagon, was well respected, and was very, like, openly anti-MAGA. So they're actually doing the like, that's a nice union court precedent you're trying to overturn. Would be a shame if you turned up for that case and overturned it. Quote, the government-wide email being sent today is to make sure that all federal workers are on board with the new administration's plan to have federal employees in office and adhering to higher standards. We're 5 years past COVID and just 6% of federal employees work full-time in office. That's unacceptable. It's easier to demand loyalty when you have people there in person. You could subject federal workers to, like, constant loyalty tests in person. The White House expects 5 to 10% of federal employees to accept the offer, which would potentially mean hundreds of thousands of people. The administration projects the buyouts could ultimately save taxpayers up to $100 billion a year. That's not true. That's just flatly not true at all. I hate reading Axios articles, man. Wall slams Trump for the funding freeze. Scott Bessent has sworn into his role as Treasury Secretary. Homeland Security Secretary talks to agency staff for first time. No mention of immigration. What? From Homeland Security? Senate Democrats denounce Trump's Jan 6 assault pardons. Don't care. We just covered that, LOL. In the classic Trump protecting children from chemical and surgical mutilation executive order, yes. Did you see a cop killed a J6er who resisted arrest? I did see that, yeah. The one time you'll see right-wing media be like, anti-cop. Man pardoned at Jan 6 riot is fatally shot by sheriff's deputy during traffic stop. You know, normally I would take the side of the person being shot by the cop, but this guy was arrested for trying to stage an insurrection, so, you know, I may be a little biased against him. He's already demonstrated a propensity for violent, you know, thuggery. Yeah, law and order. It's the Trump crime wave. I think about 5 incidents/arrests already from the freed J6ers in less than a week. Didn't one of them, like, immediately get arrested for being a pedophile? Or was that, misinfo? 2 of them have been arrested for being pedophiles. I believe you. the next day. Yeah, because he got out and he was like, finally, it's Trump's America. I can finally do what I've wanted to do. And then they caught him. Is 538 bending the knee, or are we really this cooked? I swear just a few days ago they had Trump is still massively unpopular. No, that's not the case. But now it says his approval rating is +6. He is not massively unpopular. This is accurate. Keep in mind that approval and favorability are two different things. Approval is about what they're doing as the president. Favorability is whether or not you like them. Though obviously those, often overlap, but yeah. Also, I really would not trust any polling on this subject. Genuinely, I wouldn't. Scroll down. I've scrolled down. What am I doing down here? I would not trust it. Polls are likely compromised at this point. Yeah. Where the fuck is the... I thought that scrolled out to the side. Poll type, favorability. Donald Trump. There you go. That's the favorability polling. Looks like Idaho's request to SCOTUS to get rid of gay marriage passed their house. Yeah, that makes sense. It's Idaho. This is their attempt to get Obergefell overturned by the Supreme Court. Which might happen.
What hasn't been something Idaho has had as long as the grocery tax, but there is an attempt to scrap it nonetheless. On the second day of the legislative session, about 10 days ago, Representative Heather Scott proposed a joint memorial to reject the 2015 Supreme Court decision that legalized same-sex marriage. She says it undermines states' authorities to make their own decisions over how a marriage should be defined. Idaho law already defines it as being between a man and a woman. Last week, the joint memorial passed through the House State Affairs Committee after dozens of people walked out in protest. Today, it was heard in the House, and Hunter Funk listened in.
What this resolution does is it rejects the Obergefell decision, and then we're asking them to restore.
To be clear, based on, so keep in mind that this is from a set of data taken from April 5th, 2022 to December 23rd, 2022. So it's about 2.5 years old at this point. But this is what support for same-sex marriage looks like state by state. Massachusetts at 83-12, which is just an overwhelming mandate, Washington, Maine, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Nevada, Oregon, District of Columbia, Illinois, Minnesota, New Jersey, Iowa, New York, Colorado, Virginia, California, New Mexico, Wisconsin, Maryland, Alaska. Now we're down to 70%. Arizona, keep in mind we're hitting states that have gone red too. Montana, 70%. Ohio, got. Vermont, Delaware, Florida, 69%. Nice. Hawaii, Kansas, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Indiana, North Dakota, North Carolina, Utah, Idaho, 64%. Missouri, South Dakota, Georgia, Louisiana, Texas, West Virginia, Wyoming, Nebraska, Kentucky, South Carolina, Oklahoma, Alabama, Tennessee, Arkansas, and finally at the bottom, still with a plurality of 1%, but below 50%, Mississippi at 49-48. So just keep that in mind. So when you see that all of the Idaho House Republicans are voting against gay marriage, they're not representing their constituency. We could have made gay marriage a fucking amendment with these numbers, and we should have.
State authority. This is a state's right.
House Joint Memorial 1 is turning up the volume in Boise. Idaho legislators want to be heard by the U.S. Supreme Court.
Now, they can ignore this. They can ignore it, but they can also take note that we understand there has been an overreach in the decision-making for something they don't have the authority to do.
On Sunday, dozens of LGBTQ plus rights advocates wanted their voices heard by lawmakers at the foot of the Capitol steps.
To let the people on the fourth floor of this building know that we're not going anywhere. Our marriages don't affect anyone else, and we just want to make sure that our voices are heard and amplified.
Cole Lancaster says he's wary of putting his marriage rights in the hands of state legislators if the Supreme Court were to take the petition seriously. It's a similar message voiced by House Minority Leader Alana Rubel.
One of my sons is gay. He talked to me about this the other week. He was very upset. He's not a very political guy, but he was really concerned about whether he is ever going to be blocked from marrying his long-term boyfriend and being able to live in this state.
The debate followed party lines.
It's a bold thing to do in this time and culture that we're living in, but it means it's the right thing to do. Whether it's crumpled up and thrown away, whether the wording isn't exact, or whether it's ignored, it is what we need to do as a body and a people.
This is just a letter. What the fuck did any of that mean? They never talk straightforwardly, the reactionaries. It's always some like arcane fucking labyrinthian logic they follow to get to the point they have, and the point they have is that they hate you, but they can't just say that.
It has no force of law. The courts are going to toss it in the trash. It really accomplishes nothing. It's a waste of time and money.
Though, while Republican Representative Lance Clow believes the U.S. Supreme Court went beyond their powers to make the decisions, he had a hard time making a decision on the petition.
This is a troublesome phrase in there that we are rejecting the U.S. Supreme Court, which Idaho has adopted as the supreme law of the land, which says that we should obey their decisions. I really struggle with that, and I just had to make sure I said that before I voted. Thank you.
What? Okay.
Despite that, he voted for the joint memorial, and now it's heading to the Senate. Yeah, and 46 were for it, 24 against, which means the majority voted in favor, so it heads to the Senate. Again, it may not be impacting laws, but it does make a statement on both sides of the aisle to people in our community.
It certainly does.
That's great. That's great.
And that was kind of the argument, but also remembering back to history, that was brought up a couple of times. States' rights didn't work out so well when it came to, interracial marriages or school segregation. So
right.
That's when the federal authorities had to step in and say, hold on a second, that's not how this is done.
Right, and that, big debate in this, obviously, as well.
Yeah.
Deploying divisions of paratroopers at every gay wedding in Idaho to ensure that they're wedded safely. It's the only way. But that was when we did good things. Yeah, the forced integration of schools was done despite public opinion in many areas, whereas gay marriage is popular in every state of the union, and in spite of that, it's just gonna get rolled back. Doesn't the Respect for Marriage Act also already enshrine the right to gay marriage? No. It just means that if you get gay married in one state that does recognize it, that has to be recognized by another state that if they don't, like if they don't have gay marriages, they still have to respect an existing marriage. Well, right now, isn't it legal in all 50 states? Yeah, because of Obergefell. But the Supreme Court could overturn that effortlessly if they wanted to. Abortion was legal everywhere a couple years ago, lol. That's true. And then they overturned Roe v. Wade. Obergefell? Obergefell. Remember when Oberg fell? Yes, he did, Rave Dubin. They're getting to it quickly before he dies. In Idaho, it is public policy to not recognize out-of-state gay marriages, and it's a misdemeanor to get married in another state in order to subvert their laws. Well, that's unconstitutional. As of right now, because of Obergefell, those laws aren't enforceable. Like, that might be on the books, but it's not enforceable at the moment because of the Supreme Court precedent. Look up Lada versus Otter. Don't tell me what to do. What's your opinion on if the federal government will uphold gay marriage recognition? It's not about the federal government. It's about the Supreme Court. Oh, you mean like for for like visas and stuff like that. Yeah, probably. It would be really disruptive to trade if in America your marriage wasn't even recognized. If you were gay married elsewhere or something. Yeah, no, that's a while down the line. You know, the default behavior here will be like overturn Obergefell and then, you know, the red states ban gay marriage and don't recognize it from other states, but there are still blue states you can get gay married in. Oh boy. I have to admit, it seems like you were right about Harris being the lesser evil. Well, yeah, of course, obviously. I'm not taking credit for that. That's obvious. The Democrats led us to this point, but like in terms of, yeah, I mean, yeah. Wouldn't the GOP face massive electoral backlash for that? Base comrade, today alone, they engaged in an unconstitutional freeze of federal disbursements and loans, which temporarily apparently included Medicaid, banned trans youth health care effectively. All this shit that's happening right now isn't going to be popular. But I don't know, like, does it matter? Will we have elections again? How long did the J6 backlash last? Didn't do anything. Doesn't matter. Democratic state attorneys general bring lawsuit against Trump administration just minutes after a federal judge in Washington blocked the funding freeze. 1 million lawsuits have been thrown out. This lawsuit, filed by 22 states and the District of Columbia in federal court in Rhode Island, criticized the administration for implementing the freeze before it was to take effect at 5 p.m. I knew they implemented it before 5 p.m. ET. They said 3 p.m. and then maybe they changed it to 5 p.m. I bet they rolled it out so quickly, their own heads were spinning. They didn't even know when it was meant to be implemented. They can't do that. Wait, does the trans health ban also ban circumcision? No, of course not. Why would it do that? Surely they can't keep this pace up, right? I mean, we'll fucking see. Weird that the Homeland Security Secretary would not mention immigration in their first talk to their agency, but is this the shock and awe we're talking about? Yeah, we're getting like 17 new things of breaking news every single day. Eventually, it'll slow down, but we're back to 2016. This is a lot worse than 2016. Okay, so you said, but worse. Okay, that clarifies my criticism of your initial statement. Thank you for clarifying. Just making sure I haven't missed anything. The drones over New Jersey were authorized and not the enemy. That's funny. I like that Trump got to fearmonger and have a little news cycle over the drones over New Jersey, even though the Biden administration was like, yeah, this is nothing. And then the Trump administration comes in and they're like, yeah, this is nothing. That's great. Fantastic stuff. State health departments are scrambling to understand the effects of Trump administration's grant funding memo. Yeah. It's all old news now, just by a few hours. I'm so amped for the RFK Jr. Confirmation hearing in the Senate. I'm so excited. Trying to see if I can find anything interesting on the federal funding freeze. Give me like a last, give me a cap on this, man. I need some kind of, I need to look at people talking about it. It's insane to follow all of this through text.
And we're back with our politics lead and growing questions and confusion about President Trump's move to pause federal grants and loans. Today, the White House is trying to reassure Americans that this order, which goes into effect at 5 p.m., about 33 minutes from now, is not as sweeping as it first appeared. But a group of nonprofits are already suing the Trump administration over the move. Joining us now to hopefully provide some clarity is Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy and a Homeland.
Typically who I go after and want to speak to when I want clarity on a situation.
Security Advisor for President Trump. Stephen, good to see you again.
Here we have Adolf Hitler.
Thanks for joining. So,
hey, my friend, good to see you.
A White House memo just issued this afternoon says that the pause does not affect Medicaid. It already had clarified.
Imagine having a suit jacket so ill-fitting that you have a massive collar gap even when the suit jacket is unbuttoned. Look at that. It takes real talent. You think they sewed opposite polarity magnets into the shirt collar and jacket collar to achieve that effect?
That it didn't affect Social Security or Medicare, but the Medicaid website portal is experiencing an outage, and the White House press secretary this afternoon was not able to say whether Medicaid would be affected or not. So let's just walk through this because obviously there's confusion. Is this pause going to affect Medicaid?
It does not affect any service that the government is required to provide. Does not affect any entitlement, does not affect any service to citizens, does not affect any individual benefit, any public assistance program, or anything of that nature.
Okay, so that was just a lie. We know that's a lie. So this is not worth my time at all. Thank you, CNN. This insane, confusing, unconstitutional rollout for, you know, we've brought a political partisan and Nazi to explain it for us. Thank you. It's not like Tapper's going to offer any real pushback.
Caroline, a question that we've asked your predecessors of both parties in this job. When you're up,
we watched this one. It's okay. It seems like mainstream news is not interested in edifying anything beyond just asking the Hitlers whether or not they're lying. Can I get anything? Just anything to work with, please, God.
The judge has just delayed implementation of the Trump executive order that was freezing all government funding. It had originally been set to go into full effect right now, 5 p.m. Eastern. Joining us right now to tell us about this delay is MSNBC legal correspondent Lisa Rubin. So tell us what the judge has decided and what that means, importantly, for people who are trying to access Medicaid portals or services.
Well, Nicole, let me first share with you what the judge decided, and then we can talk about what it means, because it's a little unclear what it might mean, and hopefully in the coming hours and days, we'll get a little bit more clarity about it. Judge Lauren Ali Khan of the D.C. District Court was ruling on an application made by a bunch of coalitions of nonprofits.
Sorry, I just realized this is actually extremely boring.
There's not to respond to that. Sandra, you said there's no confusion. There's widespread confusion in all 50 states across the country. I mean, Caroline Leavitt would have us believe that it's just a wild coincidence that they initiated an across-the-board freeze and the Medicaid portals have gone down everywhere. Do you know what that's like to go to log in to access the system
and it's all shut down?
Well, I don't think actually they are back up. She also didn't.
Catherine Sebelius, remember her?
It happened with Obamacare because people were racing to the website once it was implemented. This happened in conjunction with the freeze. That has nothing to do with... These people are such grinning psychopathic liars. They know that has nothing to do with it. They're just looking for like a lame whataboutism to distract from the topic. They know perfectly well that the portals went down because of the spending freeze.
Yeah, I do. But the Obama administration didn't initiate an across-the-board freeze. Then, by the way, she also didn't know how to answer whether 72 million Americans still had their health care. She said, oh, ask the unconfirmed head of OMB.
I guess it's the panel shows where the interesting stuff is happening. I did see that phenomenal, this one, where they were on the CNN panel show, and this guy was defending Elon Musk.
This salute trutherism is outrageous. This is the most.
Do it right now on TV.
This is the biggest conspiracy.
Do it right now on TV. If you think it's normal, if you think this is a normal way to greet people, do it right now on TV. Why won't you?
I want to.
She shut his ass the fuck down with that one. They're going to try to gaslight the hell out of you, man. You go back and watch that Elon clip. There was literally no ambiguity about what he's doing. There was no, I've seen so many vague gestures from Republican politicians that people have interpreted as dog whistles. And most of the time it's like, they're waving their hands. Like, come on, let's be real here, okay? There's no ambiguity there, which is why pro-Elon Musk outlets, accounts, influencers, whatever, don't show what he did. Seriously, you can go out all the Twitter accounts that are like, well, Elon didn't do anything different from what everyone else has done, where they raise their hands. Tim Walz once did this. Isn't that like what Elon Musk did? And it's like, they only ever show pictures of Elon Musk. They never show the video. I've never seen anyone defending Elon show the video and then defend the video. Not once. You can hear him go oomph when he throws it. He was literally biting his lower lip. He put all his heart and soul into that. It's illegal to show him doing that in Germany. Yeah, they censored it in Russia, too. Thank God for Elon's autism preventing him from being more subtle. Yep. Small blessings. Small blessings. Small blessings in a very difficult time. Yorp. Vosh's Elon moment. Hey! Show the video. Show the video. Show the video. Now everyone's they're going to be like, yeah, of course Vosh would criticize Elon, but he doesn't want you to see this. Roll the tape. Roll the tape. Did you do whatever the Australia in the title is referring to? Oh yeah, Trump's trying to build Neo-Australia. It's not a joke. Trump floats foreign imprisonment of American criminals who are repeat offenders. Pitched the idea as a cost-saving measure, arguing that sending U.S. criminals overseas for a small fee would cost less than imprisoning them at home. Hailed the idea as a cost-saving measure in remarks at a conference for House Republicans in Miami. That's why he wants Greenland. No. He wants Greenland for himself, okay? If they've been arrested many, many times, they're repeat offenders by many numbers. I want them out of our country, he said. We're going to get approval, hopefully, to get them the hell out of our country along with others. Let them be brought to a foreign land and be maintained by others for a very small fee. Trump said doing so would allow the federal government to avoid using U.S. jails for massive amounts of money and private prisons, which he said charge us a fortune. That's how you know this isn't going to happen, because if this was going to happen, it would be a scheme to give more money to private prisons. Oh, they even mention Australia here in the article. That's funny. So we're dumping our prisoners on other countries? Shh. Nothing's actually going to happen with this one, of course. It's just funny. That's all. Senator Mike Lee wants to use a Corsairs to fight cartel. But who cares what Mike Lee says? He's literally like a fucking groyper. His name is Based Mike Lee. He'll say anything. You've said a lot of things that aren't going to happen that are lately. I actually don't think that's true. I think that the stuff that's happening here has been more or less in the ballpark of what I described happening in Trump's administration. Not to say I can predict the future. I just think I've been more or less on the ball. Fuck, that's my senator. Why'd you vote him in, dumbass? We're getting pirates again. He's literally just farming Twitter likes. The thing that's actually going to drive me insane during this presidency is going to be all the liberals going, I never saw this coming, but that's illegal every 5 minutes. Yeah. Yorp. Carolyn Kennedy. RFK Jr. is a predator who encouraged family down the path of substance abuse. Fucking whatever. They might not approve him, but the way things are going right now, who knows? RFK Jr.'s confirmation hearing will at least be entertaining. What happened with the Russian plant lady? You don't know the name of Tulsi Gabbard? They'll have her confirmation hearing soon. Listen, man, I don't care enough. You should care. You should care. It's pretty important. It's not just entertainment, you know? It's pretty important. I've been seeing so much indignant, this is what you wanted bullshit from libs as expected to. Yeah, because they can't understand like the systems that led to people thinking the way they do. So they're just like, when people vote for bad things, their only response to it is like, oh, well, I guess they're bad people then. It's like an essentialism, you know, it's like a belief in meritocracy. It's not right. You see Jim Acosta left CNN. I did not see that, but I am not surprised to hear that he is saying they're capitulating, because they certainly are. To be fair, a lot of them are actually just bad people. Yeah, but there's no such thing as a just bad person, right? People are what they're shaped to be. In many cases, you know, like you have to understand the environment. You can't just indignantly go like, oh, well, that's just how people are. Did Vosh talk about Jon Stewart's situation yet? Sad. Why not just tell me what the situation is? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? The Jon Stewart situation is crazy. Like, what? John is defending the Nazi shit? I don't think he's defending the Nazi shit. Vosh clearly hasn't interacted with real Trumpers in real life. There are millions of people who are cheering all this on. Well, you clearly haven't interacted with my streams because you don't understand what I just said. I didn't say there aren't Trump supporters who aren't cheering this on. You completely misinterpreted me, and it's your own fault, and you should be ashamed. What I said is, the reason they're cheering it on is because they're immersed in a culture and media environment of disinformation where their worst instincts are fed and misinformation compels them to believe in the rightness of things that are objectively wrong. But it's not because they're innately evil. It's because the environment that they're in has brought them to this point. And the problem with just shrugging and going, you know, oh, well, I guess they're just evil, you know, oh, well, I guess they're just bad people. That's why they're like this, you know, is that you're not really proposing any solutions. It's very anti-productive, not good. Like, legit, some of these people know what's wrong and evil and don't care. It's not that simple. People don't wake up, go, I love bad things, and then do bad things. People think that the harmful things they do are justified by a greater cause. And usually that cause they believe in is heavily subject to that disinformation. Don't go looking for excuses. This isn't about writing people off. I don't give a shit if you write people off or whatever. You just have to know where this comes from, you know? So what did Jon Stewart do? Jon Stewart is urging President Trump's critics not to reflexively call every move he makes fascist, saying it clouds the ability to warn about actual authoritarian actions. I don't know, man. It's pretty straightforward now. Like, we're not... This isn't like 2015, he's coming down the escalator, he's making jokes about running for 5 terms or whatever. Yeah, past a point, like, the spade is a spade. We know what he represents. It's not ambiguous, you know? So this is the cycle we find ourselves in. First law of trumpet dynamics. Every action is met with a not very equal overreaction. Is that really appropriate when he's been, like, machine gunning out these insane executive orders? Government freeze, ban transgender, ban trans youth care, fucking mass firing of federal workers, bring everyone back in the office, subject them to loyalty tests, ICE, massive crackdown, arrest quota, deportation quota, military down to the border, military the planes being sent out to Latin American countries, tariffs on Mexico, tariffs on Canada. I don't know. This is pretty dumb. I'm sorry. Like, this isn't just like Donald Trump is the loud, abrasive one, but the adults in the room are, like, you know, keeping things under control. It's pretty obvious where we are. After Jon Stewart said this on Monday, after playing clips of top Democrats criticizing Trump's decision last week to fire independent inspectors general. Is that really an overreaction from the Democrats? Democrats are weak as hell. The Democrats are overreacting? I wish the Democrats would overreact. Fire independent inspectors general? That was pretty bad. I don't know. The idea that the Democratic Party, that the DNC is, like, overstepping in how aggressively they're pushing back against Trump is insane. This article is a misrepresentation. Well, I can't watch the damn segment. Yeah, at this point, I feel like it's basically impossible to overreact. I feel like with how things are right now, basically any reaction will either be correctly loud or not loud enough. If I recall correctly, his basic point was that nothing Trump has done has technically been outside the bounds of presidential authority. Okay, for one, that's literally not true. He's been overstepping with these EOs, which is why they've been met with a bunch of legal backlash. And for two, that's a stupid fucking argument. The authority of the presidency is, in many cases, very broad and ill-defined. Are you saying that if something's legal, it's not fascistic? The Holocaust was legal. Because the Nazis did the Holocaust, and they also wrote the laws. Well, what kind of argument is that? That's pretty stupid. Then again, Jon Stewart did lead that idiotic march to return to sanity, or whatever it was. I've always had a weird feeling about him. I like the guy, don't get me wrong, but there's something inside the political instinct with this man that doesn't register right. He was talking about people calling the Jan 6 pardons fascist. That's fascist. They were literal insurrectionist, violent mobs that attacked the Capitol building at the behest of the president. They had weapons on them. It was very unambiguous what they were, and he went and he pardoned all of them, even the ones that were attacking cops, even the ones directly convicted of violent offenses. Not just like, oh, they climbed a fence, not just they walked into the building after. And by the way, those are still offenses. He pardoned people who assaulted cops. Why? A sign to the brown shirts. You can get away with whatever you want. To even pardon one to a child sexual abuse material was later prosecuted for. Apparently 2 of them. After playing a clip of Representative Jim McGovern decrying Trump's mass pardons for rioters charged in connection with January 6 as sick and un-American, Rachel Maddow called the move from a textbook authoritarian takeover 101 playbook. Stewart said, should you have let some of those terrible people out? No. Is it an abuse of pardon power? I don't fucking know. It is an abuse of... What do you mean you don't know? Of course... Mass pardon of 1,500 insurrectionists and violent mobsters carrying weapons in the Capitol building with the intention to kidnap and kill... Is this what dark woke looks like? What's happening here? But that's his constitutional power? Who the fuck cares if it's his... That's not... That doesn't determine whether something's fascistic or not. Thanks to qualified immunity, cops do stuff that is terrible all the time, but it's within like their legal purview. Like that doesn't free you from having to criticize them if the thing they're doing is bad. So just anything within the law? Stewart tries way too hard to be a centrist sometimes. It's not like I don't criticize the Democrats constantly. He's just coming at it from the most retarded possible angle. Your problem is that the Democrats are being too loud and hysterical in their pushback to Trump. What the fuck are you talking about? We're facing a deluge of these executive actions, and certainly we must be prepared for the most vulnerable to the consequences of these actions. But the "this is all fascist" argument has become almost a reflex for the left. I mean, it's pretty easy when your opponents are fascists. I have a lot of fear that as this term goes on, things are going to get a little fascisty, and we must be vigilant, but part of vigilance is discernment. Dude, I'm sorry, we're past that point, man. It's literal, like, blood and soil, glorious military purify the blood of the nation shit out there. It's pretty straightforward. This just, to me, this seems like reflexive contrarianism. I don't know what else. I don't know what else you could be. I don't know what else you'd get from that. We might be doing a little teensy-deensy little dip into fascism in the future. Man, we're there. What do you want? This is fascist enabling. It is. There were people who were acting like this in the 1930s, too. They were like, oh, Hitler will be moderated by his cabinet. Oh, Hitler, you know, talks a big game, but the responsibilities of statehood will weigh down upon him. Leadership will compel seriousness. We must not be, you know, hysterical and so on and so forth, you know. Yeah, it's just being in denial. He's a collaborator. He's not a collaborator. Come on. He's being a reflexive contrarian is the feeling that I'm getting from this. As a counterexample, he pointed to Trump's executive action attempting to curtail birthright citizenship, a move that goes against the 14th Amendment. But he points out that a federal judge promptly froze that order, indicating the government's checks and balances are still in place. Man, I love to, like, have an avalanche of snow roll down a hill, and I quickly grab, like, a board of wood and hold it over my head. And as the snow is piling up over me and my arms start to shake, I'm like, see? There are multiple forces at play here. The avalanche seeks to bury me and kill me, yes, but we also have the glorious plank that protects me and keeps me dry, allows me to breathe. Like, I don't know, man. It's the Anna Kasparian argument. Well, did he succeed in the fascist move? Then he's not fascist. True, because if the judge that stopped his 14th Amendment violating birthright citizenship executive order gets challenged by the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court finds actually it's totally fine to invalidate the 14th Amendment via executive order, haha, then will Jon Stewart be like, well, that's legal? Technically, it is the right and responsibility of the Supreme Court to, through jurisprudence, interpret the Constitution and law, and that's not a violation of the president's authority. Everything's according to a law here. Like, what the fuck? Republicans control the House, the Senate, the executive, and the judiciary, and just about every move that's been made until this point, we have granted them electorally. It's our fucking fault. Okay, I love hating on Democrats, don't get me wrong, but there is another thing that has to be considered here, and I try to be responsible when I balance this, and it's that it's the fucking capital class, man. Like, the Democrats are the weaker end of the supporting wing of the capital class. The capital class is consolidated behind the other wing, yes. But it's not just the Democrats' political failure. They lost marginally if you go by popular vote. They lost overwhelmingly if you go by oligarchical support. And that shit matters a lot. You need to balance these, okay? Look, again, I fucking hate the Democrats. You all know that. I spend, like, every stream talking about them with my teeth gritted. It's sincere, I promise you, okay? But if your analysis from this is just like, well, the Democrats fucked it up, they gave it up, that's not the full story. The full story is that the Democrats suck, they're incompetent, they're ideologically neutered, they're dickless. But the better trends of the Democratic Party run contrary to the interests of the most powerful people in the world. And those are the ones who decided that Trump would win. If those oligarchs, all the social media, everything, all those independent media types, Joe Rogan, whatever, if they were as bought by the Democrats as they have been by the Republicans, if everything else was the same except their supports lied on the other side, Democrats would have won by a 20-point margin. And I'm not joking. If social media, imagine if Twitter had gotten bought out by like a hardline partisan Bernie supporter back in 2022, and Zuckerberg, at Meta, all these social media companies, hardline leftists and willing to kowtow, they started tapering their algorithms to favor left-leaning news stories. The news media, Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, all of them, hardcore, partisan, pro-left rhetoric all the time. They don't talk about stuff that makes the Democrats seem bad. They only talk about stuff that makes the Republicans seem bad. Their message consistency is on point. The Democrats would have won 60-40 at a minimum. Now, the only way to get that kind of support of the oligarchs would have been to have been the kind of people the Republicans are. So that was never on the table. And that's the difficulty here. The Democrats can be one of two things. They can be the better party, or they can be the party that wins the support of the oligarchs. They kind of can't be both, because winning the support of the oligarchs means being worse people. It means kowtowing more to capital. That's how you get their support. At least now. I'm simplifying a bit. A lot. But that's the gist of it. You can overcome this dynamic with a popular mandate. Bernie Sanders could have done that. Anyway, the constant drumbeat of encroaching fascism will erode the credibility we will need if, hopefully if, not when, it hits, he said. Yeah, man. If you stop calling Trump's fascist executive orders fascist, then maybe Republicans will listen to you when you call the next set of fascist executive orders fascist. That's true. The truth for now is Trump's most objectionable actions have taken place almost entirely within our designated democratic system. That's not even true, but even if it was, this is literally like Holocaust was legal tier argumentation. Why? Why is he saying this? I genuinely don't get it. I don't understand. It's just whatever. It's reflexive contrarianism. I don't know. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. Very disappointing. I don't think he's stupid, and I don't think he's bought either. But surely he's been paid off. No. He's done this before. He did this with the March to Restore Sanity thing. I'll tell you this, okay? Whatever benefits there are to him, you know, whatever like virtues there are, and there are many virtues to him, he is one thing, incredibly fucking arrogant. Now, I say this as somebody who is himself, I've been known to have a bit of a, you know, people tell me I'm full of myself, and I say, sue me. I can see it in him. He's got a very high opinion of himself. However much he might play that down, he does. And that's the reason why in 2010, after 2 years of Obama, he staged a big political rally with Stephen Colbert, which was about the March to Restore Sanity. Now, you have to understand, in 2010, Obama, again, I don't like Obama, but Obama was more or less playing fair ball with legislation. Republicans were obfuscating. Republicans were lying. Republicans were doing everything they could to prevent the Affordable Care Act from taking shape. The Republicans were openly, willfully obstructionist. It seemed like every day in 2010, we were hearing another scandal where a Republican legislator, federal or state, did or said something really fucking racist about Obama. You know, like posting a cartoon of him with a watermelon or shit like that. It was all over the place all the time. And in that political environment, Jon Stewart and Stephen Colbert, mostly Jon Stewart, held a massive rally in DC, which was about enlightened centrism. Let's all calm down. Let's all dial it back. Let's all come together. See, look how like witty they are. Rally to restore sanity and or fear. Get it? Because they're like Hollywood media guys, you know? Well, they work out of New York, so they're not Hollywood guys, but you know what I mean. Restoring sanity. And it was like a back and forth thing, you know, like, oh, haha, aren't we all crazy? 2010? Well, then I'll tell you what, after the midterm election in 2010, after this rally, Republicans took Congress back. or half of Congress back. So, you know, I think that Jon Stewart is a smart guy with good political instincts. I also think that he's very arrogant and that he's reflexively contrarian because of it. That's it. Keep in mind, like 2010, this was after the 2008 financial crisis. I mean, there was a lot going on. People were very upset. They were looking for retribution against Wall Street. They were looking for like help and handouts and stuff. And again, like he was not. Signs from the rally. This is so 2010. If you were there, you know, okay? Signs you'd see at the rally, okay? I was told there'd be cookies. We have nothing to fear but fear itself. And spiders. Kittlers against Hitler analogy. Government doesn't suck. Real patriots drink whiskey. Don't tread on anyone. That's no moon. Hyperbole or instant death. Slogans are crap. I stand for good posture. This one's actually sensible. I'm a veteran, I'm an American, I'm a Muslim. Okay. Calm the fuck down, America. Fear is illogical. This font is big. I am moderately excited for this. You don't have to be nice, just don't be mean. You get it, right? This was peak Reddit. Well, no, this was just American society. Have you seen what the one song music video that recently had its anniversary looked like? Have you seen the actual like music video to party LMFAO's Party Rock or whatever the fucking... You know what society was like in 2010? It was a dark time, okay? It's just what people looked like back then. This could have been the march to restore sanity and or fear, you know? You don't know. Do you know? To be fair, they did apologize for party rocking. They shouldn't have. Okay. Has he talked about the trans kid stuff? Yes. For once, I've actually talked about everything in the damn title. Trump hamstrings anti-discrimination agency from 35 seconds ago. Trump fired the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission's Charlotte Burrows and Vice Chair Jocelyn Samuels late Monday night, according to Tuesday statements from both women. The EEOC is comprised of 5 commissioners and enforces federal laws against discrimination in the workplace. With one existing vacancy, this move cuts the EEOC down to 2 commissioners, rendering it unable to reach a quorum. Oh my God. Not even shutting down the agency. They're just like, you literally don't even have the people necessary to function as an agency anymore. Samuels, originally appointed by Trump in 2020, and then nominated by Biden for a second term, said the move violates the law and represents a fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of the EEOC as an independent agency. Cool, cool. You've seen the anti-trans stuff in Australia? No, one thing at a time. One country falling apart at a time, okay? What does this mean? Google reclassifies the United States as a sensitive country alongside China, Russia, after Trump's Gulf of America comments. That's probably fair, yeah. That's probably fair. Trump did the same thing with the NLRB. Yeah. Didn't Trump also gut the organization that's meant to counter fraud or like grifts or scams? The one that I saw it from Kyle Kulinski, the one that got like billions back to Americans. Oh, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Yeah, yeah. What do you do there? How badly was that gutted? Wells Fargo says CFPB financial harm consent order has closed. Oh, they've terminated a 2022 punishment to Wells Fargo. Was that over the overdrafting fees, or is that a different thing? Allegedly mishandling auto loans and mortgages, the bank said on Tuesday, bringing it a step closer to having the $1.95 trillion asset cap imposed on the lender removed. Oh, I bet they want to get that removed. Just assume any good agency is gone. We're going to be drinking snake oil again to fucking remedy ailments. Fuck you. Well, I can see why she's been fired. While courts have upheld the president's authority to remove the NLRB's general counsel, the National Labor Relations Act states that board members can be removed, quote, for neglect of duty or malfeasance in office, but for no other cause. Something tells me that's not going to matter. This is like the 50th thing that Trump has done so far, that people have said, oh, this is illegal, but the only way to fight this out will be in court over a years-long process during which the institution's going to be functionally gutted. And even then, there's always the possibility that a partisan federal court or the partisan Supreme Court hears it and then just rules in favor of Trump anyway. Because he can do whatever he wants, as it turns out. Is there any way to stop any of this? Yeah, write a letter to your local congressman. No, there's nothing you can do. Have we run out of breaking news to cover today? What about the Australia one? I'm not covering other fucking country shit right now, okay? Check AP, massive government layout. You are literally looking at the Associated Press's live feed website, in which the article we're looking at refers to the federal worker buyout you're referring to. Open your damn eyes. Vosh should cover the suppressed Kamala vote. I have talked about it a little bit. The only thing that I have to say about it really is that I don't know what there is to be said about it. It seems kind of meaningless to pursue at this point. It's worth talking about. It's just like, it seems like covering it only serves to make us seem like sore losers, for one. And for two, I don't know if suppressing votes is any more cheating than buying out all the media and, you know, using it to create a disinformation environment that allows Donald Trump to win. You know? I mean, it's just another form of cheating, right? It's all cheating. And sort of tinfoil hat. I mean, if there's evidence, right? Have you seen the stuff about Republicans trying to carve out a legal loophole to allow Trump but not Obama to get a third term? No, because that's not happening. One guy proposed it in an attempt to get attention, and he's winning because people are giving him attention for it. It's not happening. Trump joke on CNN about it, though? It's a distraction. RFK Jr.'s whole deal is just progressive era eugenics, and I'm continuously shocked by how many people don't see it. Race also threads through many of Kennedy's comments unearthed by the Post, with several misleading claims about Black Americans, including false claims about Black children's autism rates after vaccination and comments on their immune systems. Quote, now we know that, you know, we should not be giving Black people the same vaccine schedule that's given to whites because their immune system is better than ours, end quote, Kennedy said in a 2021 appearance posted on the website of Children's Health Defense. That's funny. Hey, he gets to be confirmed tomorrow, or at least we get to hear his confirmation hearing tomorrow. That'll be fun, right? RFK Jr. confirmation hearing in the Senate. Just one day away. His voice will be annoying. Well, you'll deal with it. You'll deal with it. You'll like it. Let me take a piss real quick, then we'll do wrap up. See if there's anything remaining to cover. Hey, yo. All right. Did the country blow up in some new and innovative way in between me leaving and me returning? Yes? Oh, that's not good. It's not good at all. Connecticut is now a Chinese colony. That's a good thing. At least they have the healthcare. Do they have healthcare in China? Well, of course they have healthcare. Do they have? They don't have like full national healthcare in China. I don't think. Not for trans people. Well, ain't that the case? Oh God, no, it's a hellscape there. You have to pay up front. It is a capitalist country. People do like to forget that. All right. Looks like things are a little more quiet right now. Man, oh man. Okay, well. Let's take a look at these donos. Nuts with the tier 2 sub Glorp rising. He certainly seems to be. Thief OS, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I don't have a lot to give, but I've watched you nearly every day since the election. Thank you. Your time and attention is more than enough, and I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Count Zeitgeist, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Really appreciate that. Very, very kind of you. Yeah, it's getting rough out here. Very much so. Karl Marx Ambition, thank you for the $5. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your dono and kind words. Lauren, thanks the 5. You calm me with your bluntness in these trying times. Thank you. My pleasure. Buried Alive with the $5. State capture I likened to our bond system at a previous donation. Practically analogous to rule by decree in Hungary with a similarly non-existent opposition. Yeah, well, in Hungary, they couldn't take away people's being angry at Orban. So, you know, we'll see how things go. Bean Bun with a tier 2 sub. Hi, Vosh. I'm a sex worker. Here's some money from a Gaia Touch. Thank you. It's the world's oldest profession. Noble way of making your money. I don't get paid when I touch myself. Rufus with the $5. Love you, man. Thank you. Bisadu, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Isn't it grim how you demand chatters to give their last dollar during crisis to your New York Fashion Hall, Pepe? Hey, right now, man, a lot of this money's going in the damn vault. You know how grim things are? Telling you, it could be any day they just fucking delete the channel for believing that, you know, I don't know, racism is wrong or whatever. Fucking, don't know. Rinny Wu, thank you for the $5. Yeah, definitely have a conversation with everyone that you can about ICE. Cash Money, thank you for the $5. Yeah, I don't think in this environment I have the sauce for any April Fool's jokes about turning reactionary. People might believe it. Kane 111, thanks the 5. Here's a website that's tracking which of Trump's executive orders are being challenged by the courts. Pretty handy. Well, that's nice. Might have to spend a little bit of time familiarizing myself with the layout of the website. Federal freeze, undo equity programs, pardon people for the Jan 6 insurrection, temporarily blocked, underway, challenged, underway, challenged. Okay, I see. I'll have to take a look at this. It's a lot of stuff. We'll see how these pan out, you know? Jackalope, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Hey, Bosch, with the elections mostly over and Dems eternally inept, may we please get some segments on community organization? I'm not that kind of guy. You got to understand, man. I'm a streamer now. I used to be more engaged in that kind of stuff, and now I'm a streamer, okay? I've got an ass groove embedded into the mesh of this, you know, Herman Miller that I've got. It's been a while. I don't want to pretend, you know, that I haven't been affected by you know, merging into the seat. I can talk about it generally. I'm sure there are better people to talk about there, you know, with regards to that subject. But yeah, I'm not opposed to talking about it, and I don't think I have nothing to say. It's just, you know, can try. I can try. Honestly, I think that I was cooking with the fashion bit. This has all been in preparation for the ban of transgender healthcare in the United States, you know? Because I'm telling you, you see now House of Decline on Twitter is serving cunt, even though I don't know if she's on hormones now. I haven't seen her in a bit. I remember initially she wasn't on HRT, but she was still serving cunt, you know? And it's like, how does she look like that? You know? How does she look that feminine when she's not even on HRT? Maybe she's got like a 5 o'clock shadow sometime or whatever, but she's still serving cunt. How? How do you ask? Well, you have to know how to dress and present yourself, exercise, use makeup, whatever else. That kind of stuff. Probably do a lot to alleviate people's, dysphoria when legal avenues are being shut off. A real see you next Tuesday? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It is, in fact, a skill issue, you know? This is an anti-boy motor community, okay? We don't respect that shit, all right? Oversized hoodies to hide your body, it's a new world, okay? You need to grow the fuck up. You have a finite lifespan, all right? You don't want to waste it with this half-assed bullshit. Working all those past 2 months been great for my mental health. Oh, yeah, for sure. What about oversized hoodie because comfy? You're not fooling me. And I'm not charmed by your attempt to. Why are we body shaming AGPs now? You're far from heaven. You have a lot of work to go before you reach the pearly gates. All right? But I believe in you. I think you can put that work in. I do. I really do. You need to eat you don't need to touch grass. You need to eat it. You need to graze like a cow or a goat. I love oversized hoodies. I wish they weren't boy mode. I wish they look feminine on me. Get cropped hoodies. That's it. That's it. Just get them cropped. Get them cropped so they taper at the waist rather than the hip. If they taper at the hip, the shape is wrong for the feminine presentation. What about boob window hoodies? You're not... Shut the fuck up. You're not a boy motor if you're considering wearing boob window hoodies. You've got a different set of issues in your life then. You're not... That's not your battle. And just wearing a bra does so much, holy shit. Yeah. Wearing like a athletic bra or something. Give a bit of shape. Oh, and exercise, by the way. I'm literally a brick, though. Nobody fucking cares. I don't care. This TTTT, internet brain poison shit, you gotta go the fuck outside. All right? It's not serving you or anyone on earth well. What if someone does something bad because they clock you? What, because you're wearing a cropped hoodie? Look, I'm not saying it's not a threat, okay? Exercise due caution. I'm just saying, like, we're talking about what you can do to feel better. And also work out, okay? You literally, you can go find the Twitter e-girls, the trans Twitter e-girls, all right? All the ones that look best, no shade, they work out. All right? It's not, you're not going to bust out of your fucking jacket with your shoulders or whatever, okay? Especially if you're on estrogen. I mean, that's everyone. Nah, it's especially important, I think, for the gender affirming stuff, because if you're a trans guy, you can do full on, like, you know, power mode workouts, and congratulations, motherfucker, especially if you're getting T. And people, by the way, never do DIY HRT, never do it. But back when I did bodybuilding, it was in the bodybuilding forums. Wow, people had an easy time getting testosterone. Don't know how they did it. But if you're a trans guy, working out's your key to the other fucking side, okay? I mean, you want a more masculine body? Lift weights, dumbass. What do you think, right? Do that. I mean, unless you don't wanna. I'm just saying, it probably is gonna work. You don't work out for 2 days and instantly look like a bodybuilder, okay? You work out for your entire life. And maybe you look like a bodybuilder if you deliberately try to build towards that. And you have to put work in. And if you're a trans girl, you're putting the work in with the fucking ass workouts, you know? All those homo exercises with the machines at the gym where they're like spreading their legs and shit. I mean, everyone should be doing that, but it pops. Learn how to properly apply makeup. How do I work out my boobas? First of all, you are named Confused Femboy. Again, you're far from heaven. You want to work out your tits? Are you a femboy? I don't think you're a femboy, okay? Don't half-ass your life. I got to where I am by being so loud and abrasive that people started paying me for it. You're over here meek with your identity? 99% of so-called femboys just are trans girls looking to fit into a more socially acceptable categorization. I have to tell you, they're coming for all of you anyway. You might as well live your truth. That's one. Number two, you want fuller chest? Work out. Work out, then wear a padded bra. Not some D-cup shit. Just a padded athletic bra. You'll fill the space. Don't work out your chest, it'll make the fat lessen. Don't listen to Odd Spectre. There's no such thing as targeted fat burning. Also, tits look better when you have a strong muscular base underneath them. You want to work the chest. Not so sure? I am. Your sureness is irrelevant to me. I'm completely sure, and let that be enough for all of you. The main thing you want is structure. In all forms. In your life, you fuckers don't brush your teeth, you don't make your bed, you want structure. Do meal prep. You want structure, okay? In your bodies as well. Okay, I'll say this. Because trans women are going to have it more rough, like in terms of being socially discriminated against. So a lot of this is more geared towards them. It's more difficult if you're born a male to pass female than the reverse. It is. We all know this. A lot of it has to do with facial hair, bone structure, that kind of stuff. So maybe more work is needed. Fine. Life's rough. Okay. You put in the effort anyway. You ever notice whenever you see the cross-dressers, like people on social media, they cross-dress. Sometimes they look like a guy, sometimes they look like a girl, whatever the fuck. Like, Sneeko. No, wait, not that one. Who am I thinking of? The League of Legends player. Not Sneeko. Come on. Sneaky! Yeah. Or, who... Come on. Finster! Is it Sneaky? Am I thinking of Sneaky? Finster? No. Not just Finn. Also Sneaky. Not anymore? Does Sneaky not do that anymore? Whatever, that's cool. Yeah, but Finster takes HRT. But did Finster always take HRT? No. And I tell you, a well-developed, athletic, lean body is the easiest one with which to convincingly pass in either direction. Like, if you want to build a base upon which you can more easily pass as a woman and you're born a male, even without HRT being a factor, that form gives you the highest proportional control over how your body is shaped. Now you're wondering, why is that? Vosh also squats. That's what I'm talking about, okay? Yeah, but I like feeder stuff. I can't help you with everything. Now, why is that, okay? Well, if you're a big fat guy or whatever, or trans woman, I don't know. Don't outwoke me, okay? If you're fat, any alterations you make to the shape of your body, you are working against a larger physical volume. Like anything you want to do to shape your arms, your legs, your torso, your chest, there's just more to work with there, makes it harder for you to control. When you're lean, and by lean I do not mean skinny, I mean lean as in like lithe, athletic. Like you work, you run, you have a well-developed body, you have more control over how that body is shaped. I am telling you, and you again, and I'm not sitting here and saying like, here's evidence to my argument. Go and look at 68 like gender non-conforming Twitter e-girl thought porn accounts of them like gaping their ass. Notice how the consistent athleticism that underlies their ability to shape their body. I'm not talking about this, okay? I'm just saying the more control you have, lithe and skinny are synonymous. I'm not sure what he means that's different from skinny. Wax Newman, I appreciate you saying this. It's important for me to clarify, okay? If you're not eating enough, you're dog shit. You're going to hell. Sorry to any bulimics and anorexics who are watching. I'm just laying it to you flat. St. Peter does not care for this, okay? I'm talking solid, meaty proteins and macros. Get your goddamn vitamin C. Being skinny helps you in no regards, certainly not with passing. And maybe this is a he doth protest too much situation. I'm in enough with regards to like the trans community that I see this happen sometimes. The trans girls who want to look feminine and they never eat any fucking food, so none of that food ever goes anywhere, so they just look like a stick forever. You don't look like any gender, you just look emaciated. No hate. You want to be athletic. You want to work out, do your squats, do your hip exercises, you know? And then you have a lot of control over the way in which your body develops. You can choose to disproportionately focus on your legs and ass, you know? You can choose to do more like calisthenic stuff, you know, or more endurance-based stuff so that your body doesn't, you know, you're not out here for the rippling veiny muscles like what I have underneath the shirt. I'm not showing you though. You know, you can work to kind of tone yourself out a little more. That stuff's real. It's just exercise, but you can key your exercise in to be more about like the size of your muscles or, you know, like endurance running or whatever. And you can decide like how much you stack that shit. And yeah, hormones help. I'm just saying, like, all of this shit, you are both the sculpture and the sculptor, okay? You got to tap, tap, tap away at the marble. What do I do if I eat healthy but don't gain weight? Eat more healthy. And also do exercise so your body knows what to do with the calories. I'm eating one meal a day, Chad. Is that bad? Rinyu Wu, I should permanently ban you. I don't want to hear it. Eat your damn food. Is just getting resistance bands enough? Sure. What if I'm fat and started HRT? Am I screwed? Why would you be screwed? Are you listening to me? Whoa. Is anything stopping here? It just goes out? What do you mean screwed? You're on HRT, okay, exercise. Well, if you don't want to be fat, if you want to be fat, then go for it. I don't fucking care. If you don't want to be fat, then track your macros, calories, do a bit of workout. That's it. One or two resistance bands go a long way. Yeah, resistance bands, you can do a lot with resistance bands. Yeah, you do not want one meal a day. That's not good weight loss. Honestly, you can do a lot with body weight exercises. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. You don't need to go to a gym. Don't waste the money. You need that money for buying good food. Resistance bands are boring and miserable in my experience. So is cardio. So I just lift to do some calisthenics and eat a default. I mean, whatever you enjoy, right? Everyone's got their personal preferences. That's fine. Important note, hormones will help to determine where your fat distribution goes. Yeah. So, and that's another one of the reasons why it's easier to kind of build out your body if you're starting from a baseline of athleticism. Because, yeah, if the fat's already placed, it's not getting redistributed. But yeah, you put the work in, you know. Also, I'm not gonna like, again, people get real weird about this. Even in a world where surgeries like facial feminization surgery, bottom surgery, top surgery, whatever else, are not legally available, I think a lot of trans women would still be relatively happy being like gender non-conforming, androgynous, or like coming across as a very beautiful feminine guy. Like, I bet you there are a lot of trans women who look at Griffith from Berserk and they're like, okay, yeah, you know, I could handle it, because at least it's in the direction of their self-expression, right? I mean, if everything else is gated out to you, you still have to push in that direction, you know? I'd certainly prefer it, sure. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Like, even if the government is stepping in and preventing you from all the, you know, otherwise the surgeries or something that would be like helpful, it's still good to move in the direction, right? So I feel like it's good to understand the baseline in an aesthetic sense upon which you're building that, you know? I want to look like Guts. Well, you know, there you can be a woman and look like Guts. That's fine. I don't care. It's not my ballpark. Don't be like Griffith, morally speaking. The social element matters a lot too, though. Yeah, like voice training and shit like that. Yeah, voice training, knowing how to walk properly, all that stuff, you know? Wait, walking? Well, yeah, men and women tend to walk different. Do a lot of things different. Walking, what walking? You can't be learning this from me. If you're trans, haven't you Googled, like, things to do trans woman? Like, if I discovered I was trans and I wasn't me, day one, I'd be like hitting Google with the what to do transition. Like, you can't be learning this from me. Only on TTTT? Yeah, I suppose. Lots of bad info out there. Yeah, it's true. HRT helps with walking, alters your spine. I don't know if HRT alters your spine. I don't know enough about it to really contest that point, though, so I'll just let it sit. Ah, that's true, Swagador Dali. We're pulling from the same well. We reading donos? In theory. Goat versus fish, thanks to tier 1 sub. Trump wants to build fences for fence sitters and blame California fires on fish protection. Well, don't worry, he opened the water up. Kane 111th, thank you for the $5. Homan says Chicago is very well educated, making ICE arrests difficult. That's good. Thank you for presenting this information to me in the form of a Reddit post, of a Twitter screenshot, of a person's physical phone recording of Homan's appearance on CNN. That is remarkable. Do you think we could get this screenshot and screenshotted in like landscape mode for an Insta post? We have to go deeper. I'm a cis female, but I don't have a feminine walk, lol. Yeah, but that's what you got to understand, okay? Presenting feminine has nothing to do with looking like a woman. Because most women, like most men, are annoying, stupid, slobbish, have poor personal style, and I hate them. What we're talking about is like a representation of the archetypal ideal. The average guy has, I don't know, sloped shoulders and can't lift a fucking brick off the ground, but the archetypal ideal of the masculine form is triangle-shaped from broad shoulders and a tapered waist. It's more about moving in that direction, understanding the, you know, the cultural signifiers, which vary culture to culture, mind you, though there are a lot of commonalities. People should also know that it's okay to have divergent gender and identity expression, and identitarily one can be very butchy and non-traditionally feminine trans woman. It's okay. Yeah, of course it's okay. You just got to be what you want to be, you know? That's the thing I can't stand. It's when pussies are like, well, I want this thing, but I can't do it. So then they just post on Twitter or TTTT and they whine about it or whatever. That's the shit I don't respect, you know? That's like 99% of the hoodie-loving boy motors, by the way. You're not fooling me. Oh, but what if it's comfy? Fuck you. You wish you were walking around with big tits and a crop jacket. Don't lie to me. Try to fool my ass. Senua Psychosis, thanks the two $5 donos. Saw the other stream and holy shit, people need to shut up about Andor. It's my favorite piece of Star Wars media, but because it's great, not because it's leftist. TBH, though, I really think you'd enjoy it for being a great story. Andor criticism subsumes all that attempts to criticize it. I wouldn't blame you one bit if you never watch it because of how annoying people are about it. I'll keep that in mind. Inescapable. Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. I never thought all that watching of Jerry Springer would prepare me for this abomination. Is this what it felt like for people in the 1900s with the circus? Unironically, I mean, it had to be like, there were periods of like royal family instability in the Middle Ages where I feel like you basically got this in a drip feed via a town crier. And that's like the closest you'd get, you know, to this level of energy and misinformation and just shit. Gurnas, thanks the gifted tier 1 sub. You should be financially responsible, but I appreciate the donation nonetheless. Javino277, thanks the $10. Thank you for all your work in catalyzing my transition from normie lib to insufferable leftist. My pleasure, and you're right up there with me. Quills, with the tier 2 sub. Hey Vosh, wanted to thank you for helping me and the community navigate America's ongoing bruh moment. Don't credit me for helping you navigate it before we've navigated it, okay? We could still all end up in the camps. Shakasien, thanks the tier 2 sub. Influence fee peddling paid 2 to 3 years viewer. Might have been 2017 to 19 HSU alum if not taking 1d4 con damage. Incomprehensible. By the way, John S. thesis, Dems please have a platform. That I agree with. It is beautiful up at HSU. Sake Tanuki, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. What will they complain about next? That there are no masculine corsets? You could make a masculine corset for sure. A tapered waist is considered both masculine and feminine depending on what's defined around it, you know? No, I got you, Renewal. Corsets are already for men? Yeah, don't be a pussy. Wouldn't that just be a waistcoat? No, because a waistcoat doesn't taper your midsection. A waistcoat's just a vest. I would say a cummerbund might actually be closer in terms of trying to achieve the same aesthetic appeal. I've seen so many man corsets for men on TikTok, BS. Thank you. What is my last name? I do think it's a really important thing to keep in mind. Just a second. I'm trying to find that the anthology thingy again. Yeah, I showed this before, but I would argue that the tapered waist is an almost a gender neutral archetypal virtue, because if you take a look at very masculine clothing like men's evening wear, obviously women can wear this too, but women can wear anything because of wokeness or something. The way the garments are structured is designed to give you that same like high tapered waist. The cummerbund goes up here, so the shirt starts over the navel rather than below it, and then you have the lapels of the jacket which bring down, like, does this not taper the waist considerably? That's the point. That's the way they're designed. Lovely evening wear. Look at this. Look at that. See you next Tuesday. Who would dress like that? I'm a working class person. Well, it's evening attire, so you would wear it at nice parties. It's meant to be like celebratory clothing. You wouldn't wear it to a business meeting. No belt loops? No, he would have well, wait, no, the cummerbund's covering the loops. I don't actually think he's wearing a suspenders, because you would see them right here. Unless they're white. I don't think so. I think the belt is just being covered by the cummerbund. Great Gatsby-ass fit. It's just evening wear. People do still wear this. Not as much as they used to, unfortunately, because it looks really nice, but it's just a tuxedo. Yes, that's what evening wear is. Society? Yeah. One day. Man, look at the poof on that. This actually really does make the point that I was making about how you want to work out your chest if you are a trans woman without HRT, because you can get quite a feminine poof on your chest with clothing, even if you're just working with muscle. Like, if you're lean and you have some muscle on your chest, if you know how to dress that properly, you've got some titties there. And this is known by the gay community, which is why gays are constantly drawing men with big pecs that basically look like titties, And I mean, you can see it here, can't you? You see what I'm talking about. Just want all of you to, live your best lives. Those bow ties are way too symmetrical to not be clip-on. Nope, this is the anthology. 0% chance those are clip-on. They just know how to tie a bow tie. Normally, I'd agree with you, but from this retailer, I promise you, they probably have like a bow tie atelier who came in and spent 4 hours fussing over the symmetry of the tie. Tux pants have side clips that act as a belt. Yeah, pull tabs. Or, yeah, side tabs. They're called a few things. My experience with those hasn't been as great, but I think that might be because I've got hip fat at the moment that kind of pushes out after I pull the tab, Yeah, this definitely looks like it would be a pull tab, though. Well, you all get the point that I'm making. I prefer suspenders. Well, you should definitely never have a visible belt if you are wearing a tuxedo. Absolutely not. The whole point of evening wear like this is a beautiful, elegant, consistent drape from top to bottom, you know? You do not want a belt here. You can have side tabs, you can have suspenders. One day I'll get an evening jacket. One white and one black. You wear the white one in warmer climates. Nice watch, too. Yeah, I still don't have a watch. And some nice velvet slippers. The appropriate, excuse me. Appropriate accompaniment to a tuxedo. You don't want to be wearing, like, I don't know, derbies or whatever. Sorry. I bet those slippers, Matt, comfortable, too. Good dress shoes are very comfortable. Just like good boots are really comfortable, right? They're meant to be. Boo Cup with the $5. I'm an ambassador for Middletown, Ohio now. Thanks for motivating me to get out and engage with the community, man. Can't thank you enough. Fuck JD. Oh, don't say that. That'll be illegal soon. Also, I'm really happy to hear that. Iconic gesture. Thank you for the $5. I saw some of your older videos about cars being too damn big, and I felt you'd appreciate the truck I imported back in July. Yo! Absolutely. Absolutely. A nice Boo Cup. I'm slow, bro. Oh, that's so cute. Absolutely delightful. This is the kind of vehicular urbanism I want to live with. H2O is, thank you for the $5 and the Andor reference. Kowalski, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Today's ab day. I'll do leg-supported decline sit-ups holding a 100-pound dumbbell in each hand next to my shoulders. 4 sets of 8 reps. I like scaring the Zoomers. When RFK makes the ADHD labor camps, what food do you want when you're stationed on my farm? Chicken nuggies will be fine for me, I think. And couscous. I like couscous. Thank you very much. I need to get back into doing weights. Been too long. I want my arms to fill out these sleeves. See? There's too much, there's still space back here. I need to be able to go like, and it's like huge, you know? You're slacking? Well, I've been doing the, you know, I've been doing the rides. Odd Spectre, thanks the $5. Love the convo and gender expression. Important that people know it doesn't begin and end with medication. Yeah, that's the main thing that I'm trying to put out here. And of course, I know people in my community would never, ever seek out DIY HRT. So, you know, it's important to understand that, like, trans people have been serving cunt since long before any realistically medically available intervention was possible. And, you know, you have to lean in on what you can do. Always be aggressive in pursuing the life that you want, no matter what. Kranglefont with the tier 2 sub. When will you lead the exodus back to the promised land of Europe? I'm sure we can make space for all you in Scandinavia. We really need more people. Good luck with that. I'm an American, okay? We'll see. It's going pretty bad over there, too. Avery's Scared, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Dick Thulu, thank you for the $10. I don't share your personal style, but have grown to appreciate how your fashion takes have pushed me towards buy once, cry more, and away from fast fashion. Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's not about like necessarily respecting my personal or agreeing with my personal taste in any kind of clothing, you know? It's just about having that feeling imbued in what you make and what you wear, you know, what you're interested in. Having a life that's rich with meaning. I'm really excited to go to 18 East because it will be the first time I've really spent money shopping at a more contemporary place. See, not really heritage menswear. It's informed by workwear, but it is not really workwear, right? Like, this is a utility jacket, but it's clearly not intended to be proper workwear. There are a lot of designs here that I find very interesting. I like this a lot more than the more formal stuff. Well, the formal stuff you wouldn't wear that often, you know? I mean, this is more of a... This is more generally usable. How do you like Barber? A little bit conservative coded for my taste, but they've got good stuff. I do wish they had actual models on the 18 East website, though. That would be nice. Denim utility jacket goes hard. I agree. Look at that. Doesn't that material look really nice? Oh, love that. The zipped interior to the pocket. Keep everything nice and snug. Button cover. That looks real nice. It's unlined, so this would be a very light jacket. Raw denim, so it's going to fade in really well. That looks nice. Look at the... Oh, the sheen. This is the kind of sheen that you get on raw denim. Why is denim always sewn with yellow thread? Because it's contrast. It's just a classic element of denim because it's dyed with indigo. That's also, like, you know, a choice. Just a tradition thing, really. We associate it with jeans. Jeans do not have to be made with denim. Denim doesn't have to be dyed with indigo. Indigo doesn't have to be stitched with yellow. What are non-denim jeans? I guess, I don't know whether or not you would say they're necessarily jeans, but you can have like a riveted 5-pocket pair of like duck canvas pants if you want. They're just not really, I mean, they already make jeans that aren't fully denim, you know? I hate the elastic bottom. The elastic bottom is a feature of almost all their jackets, and it's definitely a more contemporary thing, you know? It's definitely meant to be a lot more of a modern vibe, which I think is I think looks quite nice. Any elastic bottoms in chat? Couldn't be me. This is the one that I have my eyes on the most. You'll forgive me for showing this again. It's made of wool, so it's quite warm. Look at that, huh? That's a nice shape right there. Don't you think? That has a nice shape. Looks really comfortable. Top Gun-esque fit. Well, yeah, it's a bomber jacket. Bomber jackets were made for the U.S. Air Force. Opinions on Eddie Bauer? I like a lot of their vintage stuff. I'd be so scared of getting it dirty. Yeah, it's wool. So I think it would be dry clean only. That'd be my guess. One of the best things to look out for in high quality jackets is ones that have double zippers. Because one thing that's gay as hell about a lot of jackets is you have a zipper that'll start down here at the bottom. And then when you zip all the way up, the jacket is low enough that the fact that it's zipped down here is kind of like annoying when you're sitting down, you know? Like you sit and it like buckles down here. Having two zippers means that you can zip it up and then unzip this bottom section right here, which gives you a lot more leeway. It's pretty common with nicer jackets. I'd literally never seen that before. Oh, here. Real quick. See, look, zipped all the way up, and it's like, oh, my tummy, my crotch, oh. But then, wow, my stomach no longer hurt. so you can unzip it all you want at the all-you-can-eat buffets. All clothing should be able to withstand a buffet visit. I feel that's just part of life. Oh well, now because I wasn't looking, I didn't get the zipper out properly. 1 second. There you go. Looks like a broken zipper, lol. I had somebody in chat say that, like, Lamau, the zipper's broken. And it's like, motherfucker, that's just a double zipper. Men's fashion be like, look at how this zips. Wow. Women's fashion be like, look, we somehow managed to not fit any pockets on this. Fuck you. Knotted Alpaca, thank you for the $5. Advice: 1, be open to challenges to your preconceived notions. 2, make the best of any situation you're in no matter what. 3, be patient but firm with yourself. I think that's generally true, yeah. I think that's generally true. Vosh, please, I need to know what brand that hoodie was. 316, they're heavyweight hoodies. An expensive basic for something that's rather plain looking, but also extremely comfortable. But I can't convey the comfort to you. It's pretty rare to find proper high-quality cotton fleece these days. You know, people tend to make it out of polyester because you need really high-quality, long-staple cotton for the fleece to be durable as cotton rather than polyester, which is just like a chain. You know, you can make that easier, but then it gets really scratchy and it starts pilling. Dysfunctional Daisy, thanks to... By the way, I would not consider that fashionable hoodie. I got that as a layering tool. I think that a good fashionable hoodie is a lot more cropped than that one, in my humble opinion. Dysfunctional Daisy, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Here's my tri-monthly dono. They shove me in my own room at work, so I get to listen to your streams live now. Nice! Hey! Very, very nice. That's pretty cool. Fleece fascinates me. Yeah, I only recently learned how fleece is even made. They make that looped weave with a tight loop on the outside and the loose one on the inside, and then they just use a rake and they cut open all the loose loops. And the fleece is just all the fibers spreading out, rooted into the fabric, you know? It's pretty cool. Glorp ass words. Shut up. Do they have any good hoodies at 18 East? They must. What do we have here? I haven't really looked. This is the sweatshirts category. Cotton loopback, terry fleece. Like their panels, rugby shirts. Kind of like this one right here. That looks pretty nice. Top left look fluffy as fuck. Ash Heather blended wool buccal Sherpa. Holy shit, this has got to be real warm. Look at that. Good lord. Okay, I have to read super chats. I'm delaying like crazy on the dono stuff, and it's getting to be an issue because I'm really hungry, and it's we're well over time. Well over time. Just like don't read them. Tempting, but I think I'll read them. Diego B and RBO1138, thank you for the 5 US and Canadian. I saw what Kyle said about the election being stolen, yeah. Still Live and Aunt Zed, thanks to the $2 both. Really appreciate that. Putin is smiling at all this, I'm sure. Oh, I'm sure. Jirinho and Terminal Sanity, thank you for the $10 both. I really, really appreciate that. Started watching your lives a few weeks ago. I'm really amazed at how you break down sensitive topics with so much clarity and confidence. Thank you for the great content. You're glazing me. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. I'm trying my best. Did I say $10? I meant 5,000 CLP. Thank you. Thank you very much. Still Alive and Terminal Sandy, thank you again for the $5. Don't forget, we are also 4 days away from the DNC chair elections. Here's hoping Ben Wickler gets it. We're in the bad timeline now, so I'm not going to hold out my hope, but I do hope. And that's true, Terminal Sandy. Malon Miller, thank you for the $10. Google Maps will still show it as the Gulf of Mexico. In other countries, in America, it'll show it as the Gulf of America. In other countries, it'll show it as both. I'll still call it the Gulf of Mexico because I'm woke, even if they send me to jail for it. Jirenho and Still Alive, thank you for the 3,000 CLP and $5. Yeah, I did cover the Fort Worth teacher who was reporting his students to ICE. Yeah, apparently he's been suspended, which was quite funny. The Dungeoneer, thank you for the two $10 donos. In your opinion, would now be a good time to start new DSA chapters and start becoming prominent members of a local community? Nah. You have to meet people where they're at, and right now, like, we literally don't have a big, you know, like, surge of interest in that kind of on-the-ground organization right now. Right now, people are feeling a lot of things, but motivated is not one of them. You know, you build this stuff from the ground up. I don't think you can ever get it done by going like, you know, step one, create new DSA org or anything like that. You kind of have to meet people where they're at. It's a rough space for a little while. Unfortunately, I think the only role the American people can play is to suffer. It's not good, but do you believe the tangible pain caused by the Trump admin will leave an opening for leftists to propagate their message and achieve electoral success on a local and state level? I do. But I think it's going to take a while. Still alive, thanks to the $2. Alexandria Wells and Millions of Dead Raccoons, thank you for the $5 both. Recommend your viewers running for local office in this current environment? Or should we focus more on state, federal politics? What are you going to do? Run for the presidency? Live your life. Take care of yourself, your finances, your education. And when you have opportunities to do something big, you know? You can't begin with the end in mind when the end in mind is something like that. You know what I mean? Work on building on the foundation. Tajirai, thank you for the $10 and $20 donations. I really appreciate those. My honest hope is we get to a point where conservative ideology is considered a public health risk by the Surgeon General, the same way gun violence was. That's where, within my lifetime, we'll see. The least they could do is a carrot and stick approach. Deport this many immigrants, then we reduce the defense budget. Hurt this many people, then you get the Medicaid back. At least make us feel like part of the fascist state. There's no... any wheeling and dealing from the Democrats. Like, we're so far away from them even being willing to being able to do any of that. You know what I mean? Right now, I'm just not very, like, objective oriented, because it genuinely does seem like whatever the next step is, we haven't seen the curtains part on it yet. You know? What can be done to make it possible or useful? Charlie Poo with the £5, asking your opinion. I'd argue European countries don't have a moral obligation to be multicultural like the US. We don't all have to be New York. No city or country has an obligation to be multicultural. I'm talking about the rights and freedoms of people. I don't give a shit whether the winds blow and circumstances lead any given city to be multicultural or not. What I care about is that people be given the opportunity to live their lives freely, to not let petty things like borders or financial access block people from living fully the one life they get on this beautiful planet. You know, it's not about forcing every country to look like. There's only one city that's going to look like New York, and it's New York. There's only one country that's going to look like America, and it's America. I also don't like the implication that having a bunch of different ethnicities moving to a city like that would make it like New York. New York's special, motherfucker. There's one New York. But also, you know, European countries, Paris is like another multicultural, you know, Germany has a huge, Berlin, like there's you best start believing in multiculturalism. You're in one, you know? You get me. Fail Sans with the, oh, wait, your donation was in pounds. You're British. Dude, London's already, whatever. I made my point. It's not a hostile thing. I think a lot of people just don't understand where my advocacy for multiculturalism comes from. For one, I do think it makes cities and countries more interesting places to live in, but that's secondary. The primary interest, honest to God, is just people should be able to live where they want. You get one life. You got to make a pretty compelling argument for why a group of people shouldn't be able to live in a place to feel, I don't know, like it's right to keep them from it. I mean, you're restricting people's freedom quite a bit there. I want a good reason. There are limits to the extent to which any city or country can accept new people. That's just a logistical thing. But let's not pretend we've reached those limits. Like, we're fine. Thoughts on this coat? I think it's the most beautiful coat I've ever seen. Yeah, that's quite nice. That is a gray herringbone pattern polo coat. Or perhaps an Ulster coat because of the way the collar is turned. It might be an Ulster coat. But yes, it's quite nice. The coat that I'm looking at the most right now is the Anthology's camel hair polo coat because it looks quite nice. And I'm a big fan of how American a camel hair polo coat looks. Very Ralph Lauren, you know? $2,000, holy shit. Yeah, it's a super high quality, fully 100% camel hair polo coat. They don't grow that on trees. I wish. Well, if they grew them on trees, I probably wouldn't appreciate them as much. You know? Anyway. Fail Sans, take care of yourself. If you're an undocumented immigrant, you know, I really hope they don't come after you. I don't think they will. I mean, hopefully. Doomslayer9316, thank you for the very kind $20. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Your game's coming out soon. Stephen and Tajirai, thanks the $5 both. Should people avoid transitioning? I think the doctors are going to avoid giving you the surgeries. Will HRT for adults get banned? They're probably going to move in that direction, yeah. And thank you, Tajirai, for recognizing gay marriage. Boo, thank you for the $100. BA German Studies, by placing incompetent leaders into departments, their policies will hurt people, then the government will cut positions to look good in order to further concentrate power. Workers must unite. Yeah. Deliberate incompetence to lose public support. Tajirai and Dexa Sports, thank you for the 5 both. Any comparison in your mind between 1860s Confederates and their Christianity and Trump's evangelical supporters in cabinet? Yeah, disingenuous appeals to Christian values have been the bulwark of reactionary thought for many, 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 many centuries. You know, it's definitely not new. I agree, Tajirai. Jon Stewart's lost the plot, at least a little bit with regard to that. Internitube and Galactic Moth, thanks the $2 both. I do remember the Whig Party. I do remember my history lessons. Lion Dogari, thank you for the $1. Tajirai, and this is Not Here 14. Thank you for the $5 and 7 Canadian. Have you seen the soy pill? He's pretty cool and did a video on Matt Walsh you might want to see. No, I have not seen the soy pill. I don't tend to consume political media when I'm not streaming. Thank you, Taishirai. You have a very nice coif going on today. A coif is a close-fitting cap. Am I wearing a coif? Do you mean like my hair? I'll take it. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the kindness today, really. You've been very generous, Taishirai. I appreciate that. Quaff? Quaff? I'm so overtime, dude. I'm so hungry. Not Alpaca, thank you for the $2. Did you read my site, though? No, I did. I remember reading it, yes. And Tajirai, thank you for the $2. Bursting out of the hoodie cocoon into majestic tea. Good, do it. Literally, Uncle Iro, thank you for the $10. Get yourself a nice hot cup of jasmine tea. More of a coffee guy, more of a bean juice than leaf juice guy myself, but I'm going to go for it, okay? I will. No wonder, thanks the $5. Any suggestions for casual but dressed up summer shoes? I'd like something like a loafer, but not sure about more. Honest to God, you want a loafer. Loafers are phenomenal summer shoes. And there are a bunch of different types of loafers, and you can get kind of in the weeds about what specific kinds you like. But what I would recommend doing is literally just go find like classy photos of guys who you think look good in them and see what they're wearing, you know? Espadrilles are also really good, you know? I think tassel loafers are nice, but they're a little bit more ritzy. Know what I'm saying? Well, maybe not ritzy. They're a little more loud. Good advice, thanks. Yeah, here, hold on. Let me go to my preferred stylistic playbook here and see what photos they're styling people in the anthology's more summer fits. Here we go. Great summer fit right here. See? Wearing black loafers. And looking really good. See if I can find anything. Oh, here's some more examples. So these are, I believe, espadrilles. Oh, no, these are huaraches, Mexican sandals. Espadrilles are Spanish. But both are great. Here are some loafers. I think these are penny loafers. They just don't have the penny in them. Tragic. Likewise there. Here's sneakers. You've probably heard of those. You've probably heard of sneakers before. You might have heard of them. Can't really say. No? Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. And here are, with these absolutely gorgeous drawstring seersucker pleated pants being worn here with a, looks like a terry popover. Here are some espadrilles. I got some espadrilles for like $20 in Spain when I visited. I went to one of their classical espadrille makers, and they're quite cheap. Those are dress shoes, not loafers. No, show the shoes. Well, whatever. I need to go, man. Vosh cringed the $5. I know stuff's grim right now, chat, but it's best to focus on living your best life no matter what. I'm going to be going to Anime New York City for the first time ever. Excited? Nice! I'm also going to New York City soon. I have been to anime before. Have a wonderful time, seriously. Conventions are very fun and a great way to make new friends. You just got to take advantage of the opportunities there, you know? Hey, MaxB, thank you for the $2. All right, folks, I've been here for way the hell too long. I love you all very much. You know where you're going to see me. You're going to see me tomorrow, and it's going to be here at the one and only youtube.com/c/Vosh. Take care. I'm going to eat. 1 second.